Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Where will
It's your camp. You should be elated.
I'm suggesting that you're making a motion, make it 6A because. All right, I think we're ready to go. My apologies for the delay. I'm going to call this meeting order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So if you look at today's agenda, we have recognition for the soon-to-be former county clerk, Bonnie Shealy. And because I don't get to be king, but I do get to set the pace of the meeting, we're going to move that to part of our opening ceremonies as recognition of her years of service. And we have a little thing here for you. I'll meet you at the podium. So with sadness and very great pride, we have a plaque for you. It says Bonnie Shealy. Oh, look, they even spelled your name right. Look at that. Grand Traverse County Clerk, 1986 to 2026, in appreciation and recognition of 40 years of dedication to serve the residents of Grand Traverse County. Presented by the Grand Traverse County, the Board of Commissioners and Administration Team on June 17th, 2026. And we have some beautiful folks that want to take our photo. Let's take a step to your right.
Let's do this.
There you go. Thank you very much.
I
I'm going to
have a
put this.
little thing I want to say. Can I?
Absolutely, please.
3
Last
minutes.
time I'll be on camera.
Sam says you got 3 minutes.
Oh, come on. I want to thank you for this recognition. As I look back on 40 years of service, I am humbled and grateful. While this recognition may have my name on it, no one achieves success alone. Whatever accomplishments I have had throughout my career are really the result of the many people who have supported, encouraged, challenged, and worked alongside me over the years. I want to thank my colleagues, coworkers, employees, fellow elected officials, and county staff. Your dedication, teamwork, and friendship have made coming to work each day a privilege. Most importantly, I want to thank my family. They have celebrated the good days, supported me through the difficult ones, and made countless sacrifices along the way. Their love and encouragement made this career possible. Thank you all for your friendship, and thank you for being such an important part of my journey.
Thank you. So one last thing, you get a plaque, so as you go on in your journey, just look at it. It's got your name on it, so in case you forget who you are, and I don't know
In
why.
case I get Alzheimer's.
That's right. And the clock doesn't work, so you're retired now, so it doesn't matter,
Yeah, it
does
doesn't
it?
matter. I don't need to get up anymore early.
Good luck undoing that habit after 40 years.
Right?
Who wants to pay attention to that one?
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Bonnie, for everything you've done. It's been a distinct pleasure.
Thank you. All righty.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us on that. Now we have Commissioner Walter, the invocation, I believe.
Thanks. It's not quite summer yet, but this weekend is the summer solstice. So I just had a few thoughts I wanted to share about this special time of year that we all look forward to. As we near the summer solstice, we give thanks for the gift of light, for the warmth of the sun, and for the abundance of the earth. May this longest day remind us to live with gratitude, compassion, and hope. As the light shines around us, may wisdom and kindness grow within us. Honor all people, all creatures, and the whole of creation. May we walk gently, seek justice, share joy, and care for one another in this season ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Gedman, I believe it's time for a roll call, please.
Certainly. Commissioner Andrews? Here. Commissioner Flynn?
Here.
Commissioner Hinchell? Commissioner McAllister?
Here.
Commissioner Morris?
Here.
Commissioner Nelson?
Here.
Commissioner Spence?
Here.
Commissioner Walter?
Here.
And Commissioner Seifert.
Here. Thank you. So, when you're ready, Mr. Gedman, we'll move on to the first public comment.
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners, which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board may state his or her name and township or district. Providing a specific address is not recommended. Persons may address the board on matters or issues which are relevant and germane to county government as determined by the chair. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chair shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chair may, at his or her discretion, allow an additional opportunity or time to speak if determined germane and necessary to the discussion. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4 Order of Business. However, public comment may be received during the meeting when a specific agenda topic is scheduled for discussion by the board. Prior to the first public comment, the chair will indicate the topics on the agenda for which public comment will be accepted. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand in order to be recognized and shall not address the board until called upon by the chair. The board shall not comment or respond to a person who is addressing the board. Silence or non-response from the board should not be interpreted as disinterest or disagreement by the board. Please be respectful and refrain from personal or political attacks.
Thank you, Mr. Gedman. Anyone willing to speak at this time, please just head up to the podium.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Great, thanks. My name is David Grams, and I'm a resident of Grand Traverse County. I stand before you to offer my perspective as a former Parks and Rec Commissioner who served for over a decade. In a time of cynicism and political gridlock, my years volunteering in local government made me optimistic about what local government is capable of accomplishing when people are focused on representing the will of the people rather than pushing personal agendas. Unfortunately, like many others, I feel the decision to give away Twin Lakes was not motivated by a desire to serve the public. Our legal staff always made it clear that Twin Lakes was given to this county in perpetuity under a strict 1941 deed restriction. In fact, our legal counsel, Chris Forsyth, explicitly warned this commission in writing in 2014 and 2017 that the property could not be transferred without waivers from the heirs. That warning extended to the adjoining neighbors whose real property rights are protected by that same deed restriction. Ignoring that direct advice is a monumental lapse in judgment. It's a valid question that the public deserves an answer to. Why take such a risk? If this weren't puzzling enough, look at the process itself. The county systematically stripped this decision away from its own Parks and Recreation Commission after they unanimously voted against it. Why force through a deal where the county actually has to pay the township $124,000 to take it? And in doing so, the county gave up ownership of one of the few park properties that actively generates an income both through lodge rentals and notably a guaranteed revenue stream from the cell tower lease. This wasn't an operational efficiency. It was a profound failure of stewardship. Tomorrow you go into closed session to discuss the final warning letter regarding this dispute. While I understand the legal need to have a closed session, too much of this issue has been hidden from a concerned public. It's a treasured public park that deserves a public conversation. We were promised a new era of pragmatic, bipartisan leadership, and now is the time to deliver. I urge you tomorrow to accept this settlement and bring Twin Lakes back to Grand Traverse County where it belongs. Finally, I want to thank you for your time today and your service to the county and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak at this time?
Hi, good morning. Elisa Korn. I'm a resident of Garfield Township, and I spent 2 decades gratefully serving Grand Traverse County in a lot of different appointed and elected positions. I currently still serve your county as one of your road commissioners. I also served over a decade as the president of Grand Traverse County Parks during the time period in which we're speaking today. I have not been asked to be deposed or spoken to by anyone on this matter, so I'm speaking today as everyone has the opportunity to. So at a time that I took office at Grand Traverse County Parks, our county was in a severe deficit. We had a pretty extreme pension liability funding problem, and at that time, our staff had not taken raises for several years. And it was tasked upon the leaders of the different departments to look for ways to create revenue. I was behind the creation of something called the Grand Traverse County Parks Business Development Team, where we took a look at every one of our parks, what we could do with them, and how we could squeeze some revenue out of them to keep them. We looked at each one, and the first thing we did was ask the townships if they were interested in taking them over, because those of us that serve on parks believe in parks. And we wanted to keep these lands open for the public to use, no matter what it meant. I didn't care whose municipality name was on it. I wanted to be able to enjoy Power Island or the Civic Center, Twin Lakes, Medalley Park, regardless of whose name was on that. None of the townships at the time took us up on the offer. So we moved on to the next idea. The next idea was internal revenue creation. We had some super exciting ideas like a ferry to Power Island. One of my ideas was to use our Twin Lakes facility as a mental health rehab facility for veterans and others dealing with PTSD. It was one of dozens of ideas that we floated in a county parks business development team idea. Of course, as you guys all know that serve, little ideas and statements you make it to the ticker or the Record Eagle, and sure enough, my idea of a PTSD rehab facility made it. During that time, doing the due diligence that we all should do that serve in office, I asked our then counsel, Bob Cooney, now Judge Cooney, and the Deputy Civil Counsel, Chris Forsyth, to do an analysis of the deeds. There is more than one deed to Twin Lakes Park, which I'm sure you're all aware of. And that analysis let me know that there was no other use that could be used at that park than for a park. So at the business development team, we threw away all of those random ideas that were not parks, and we knew that the townships wouldn't take them over. And we went to work trying to keep our parks alive, to keep people being able to use them. We found out that our park out in Acme Township was part of an MDNR trust purchase. I'm sorry.
Please finish up.
Okay, thanks. Part of an MDNR trust purchase. We couldn't go through doing anything that had a sale there. We tried everything. The staff had sacrificed. The department heads had sacrificed. As board members, we could find a sacrifice too. I also had the unfortunate time period to be there when our third young man drowned at Twin Lakes Park. And you want to talk about an emotional board meeting. I will never forget that board meeting. But when I sat at this table listening to families that had lost somebody that they loved, and we know what it's like to have a hole in your heart when you lose someone you love and you try so hard to fill it. We had to make rational, logic, reasons, decisions based on fact. So I'm here to correct one fact today. I saw a statement made that in 2014, a county parks president, that's me, had an idea to make Twin Lakes Park a rehab facility and that it was wildly unpopular. It was not wildly unpopular. I would question anybody saying that the idea of a veterans treatment facility for mental health was wildly unpopular. What it was not allowed under the prosecutor's analysis of the deed, where they made it clear that it would continue to be a park. So I ask you to think about reasoned fact, not emotion. You want to talk about emotion, the parents that lost their children? I don't think I've ever had a more heartbreaking moment in my 20 years serving you guys. But we still had to make a decision that was based on fact. And I think that there's a lot of emotion in these statements today, and my heart goes out to anybody that's lost a family member and is trying to keep their legacy going. So thank you for keeping our legacy going, letting me be heard. I appreciate it. I have not been asked by any lawyers of any side, anyone, to be heard before. So thank you so much, and I appreciate what you're doing today.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak at this time, please head to the podium.
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rick Taylor. I live in Traverse City, Michigan. As a supporter of the Michigan Convention of States movement, I am respectfully requesting that this board adopt a local resolution. The local resolution would support a resolution introduced in the current state of Michigan legislature and passed by the Michigan House of Representatives on June 2nd, 2026. Your local resolution would be similar to the past Michigan House Concurrent Resolution 7, known as HCR 7. The Michigan Senate needs to pass an identical resolution. Your resolution would represent support of this matter by the Grand Traverse County for HCR 7 and its Michigan Senate twin. Let's briefly review the concurrent resolution that is passed to understand what I'm asking you to support. The first page of this House-passed concurrent resolution states its purpose. Quote, a concurrent resolution applying to the Congress of the United States to call a convention to propose amendments to the United States Constitution to impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for federal officers and members of Congress. End quote. The first whereas statement of the past concurrent resolution states that the Constitution, quote, empowered state legislators to be guardians of liberty against future abuses of power by the federal government, end quote. The concurrent resolution highlights that the federal government has created a crushing national debt through improper and imprudent spending, and that the federal government has invaded the legitimate roles of the states through manipulative processes of federal mandates, including unfunded mandates. The concurrent resolution calls out the solemn duty of the states to protect the liberty of our people, particularly their future generations, by proposing amendments to the Constitution of the United States through a convention of the states under Article 5 for the purpose of restraining these and related federal overreaches. In conclusion, I'm respectfully requesting that this board take 4 steps. First, review the 3 paper documents presented to you together. Number 1, a copy of these remarks. Number 2, a copy of the Michigan House of Representatives Concurrent Resolution 7. And 3, a proposed template local resolution for this board.
Finish up, Mr. Taylor.
Also, we'd appreciate you having a special meeting or including this item on your next meeting and having a vote on the resolution and sending a letter to our state representative and senator. Thanks for your time and public service.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Kay Gallagher Ingraham, and I live in Long Lake Township. I'm here today representing a coalition of neighboring property owners, taxpayers, and advocates who love Twin Lakes Park. But more than that, I am here as a daughter of this community. You know the legal back and forth, but I want you to understand the human side of this fight. Twin Lakes Park was my backyard growing up. My family's sweat equity is buried deep in that soil. We didn't just enjoy those 176 acres, we took care of them. For generations, my family donated our time, labor, and food for park events to ensure Twin Lakes was a welcoming place for everyone. This fight is entirely personal for me. My father loved this park so deeply that he fought for it until his very last breaths, showing up to a legal deposition with an oxygen tank because he refused to let the county break its word. When retired County Judge Parham Gilbert donated this land in 1941, he did it with one clear, legally binding condition. It must be owned, improved, and used as a county park forever. He trusted Grand Traverse County for over 80 years. The county honored that promise, and families like mine answered the call to help support it. Then in 2023, the county quietly walked away from that sacred trust and gave the park away. By shifting Twin Lakes to Long Lake Township, you have forced a community of just 10,000 residents to shoulder the financial burden, maintenance, and legal liabilities of park meant to be sustained by a county population of over 96,000. It is a massive financial inequity, and it violates the deed restriction, a reality that your own prosecuting attorney's office warned you about back in 2014. We do not want a protracted legal battle that drains public resources. Taxpayers should not be paying legal fees to defend a transfer that never should have happened. That is why on June 5th, our attorney, Brace Kern, submitted a new complaint letter to this board. It gives you a real honorable window opportunity right now to return the park and the litigation and stop burning public funds. We would much rather resolve this around a table than a courtroom. We are asking this board to reverse the 2023 transfer, accept the return of Twin Lakes Park, and restore it to its rightful status as a Grand Traverse Park. And also, 2 years ago, I had my dad here, right there, sitting right over there with his oxygen tank, because we asked you to give the park back. Just settle and give the park back. I had more faith that you would decide it, but my dad did not. But you know what upset him the most at that meeting? It was that the Gilbert family did not come and introduce themselves to him. The Gilberts were friends of my mom and dad, and my dad grew up with their children.
Thank you. Anybody else willing to speak at this time?
Heather Cartwright, Long Lake Township. I am the great-granddaughter of Judge Parm Gilbert, who donated most of the land for the park starting in 1941, and whose intentions for the park are the focus of the current park discussions. I'm in contact with all of Judge Gilbert's heirs, who are my siblings and cousins, and we fully and unanimously support the park transfer to Long Lake Township. We believe that the transfer is consistent with the terms of the original transfer documentation and with Judge Gilbert's intentions regarding the property, and thus is a valid transfer. We are very appreciative of the community's support for Twin Lakes as a park and a camp, and believe that its current use under the ownership of Long Lake Township benefits all Grand Traverse County residents, consistent with Judge Gilbert's intentions. We believe that the concerns raised recently about the park not being utilized as intended are based on a technical misunderstanding of Judge Gilbert's intention for the park. Furthermore, this transfer was not done in secret. We attended several public meetings at the township and county levels in advance of the transfer, and a variety of views were presented at those meetings. Our family is committed to maintaining Twin Lakes Park as a park and a camp, regardless of which governmental organization owns it. Our support for the transfer is guided by Judge Gilbert's intentions. For the Twin Lakes camp, we find his intentions in the 3 separate deeds transferring property to the park and a July 3rd, 1941 letter that accompanied the first deed. Also, the memories of Judge Gilbert's children, who are our family members. In the 1941 letter, the judge stated, "It is my thought to convey this property to the county as a county park, to be used for any purpose consistent therewith, and particularly the following," and he had 3, the use of 4-H clubs, the use of the Grange, and the third, which I think is the most significant and descriptive, to be used by and let for use to any other group, particularly of young people, to be used for the same purpose. That is to say, recreation, camping, occupation in connection with camp life, and this might well include underprivileged children who may not have the opportunity to enjoy outings otherwise, and possibly also on occasion Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Judge Gilbert's youngest daughter, Elizabeth Betty Gilbert Roan, wrote about him later on. Throughout his years as a judge, he attempted rehabilitation of first offenders and had a real concern for the welfare of young people. In 1941, he donated land for a campsite on Twin Lakes as a community center.
Please finish.
as a community center for educational and recreational development for youth of the Grand Traverse area. I am sure he would be both pleased and proud to see how this facility is serving its purpose. In our view, the word county is not the operative word in the document. The word park is. Long Lake Township is operating the property as a park and is focused on programs benefiting young people in particular. As we understand it, the park is available for use to county residents, thus there is no practical difference between when the county owned the park and what is occurring currently under township ownership. In fact, we have a history of needing to defend the park's character as a park. Our family worked for many years with the county to prevent a sale of the land for development and to encourage full utilization of the gift for the purposes our grandfather and great-grandfather intended. Specifically in the early 2000s, the county had financial hardships, as we heard from an earlier speaker, and began publicly considering selling the park and/or closing down the youth camping functions and changing the function. At this point, our family raised the issue of the reversionary clause in the deed that prevented the county from selling the land outright. In a 2015 county attorney opinion, he upheld our family's rights to reversion if the county tried to sell the land. We were prepared to act if the county proceeded with a sale to develop the property. We played a similar role when the Boy Scouts tried to sell the Gilbert Pines Boy Scout camp on Cedar Lake for private development. That was another property the judge donated for youth camping with a reversionary clause. We hope that our actions regarding this other property support our intentions as guardians of Judge Gilbert's legacy at Twin Lakes. When the county publicly announced its intention to sell Twin Lakes Park for private development, our family began discussions with Long Lake Township about transferring the park to better utilize the park within Judge Gilbert's intentions. Ultimately, Long Lake Township did the hard work and planning required to make the transfer happen. We attended many public meetings and hearings concerning the transfer. The township has a responsible plan to rejuvenate the park and return it to the recreation and youth camping facilities envisioned by Judge Gilbert. It is doing a great job operating Twin Lakes Park, as well as Gilbert Park and Cedar Run Natural Area, two other properties gifted by Judge Gilbert, plus the Timbers and other township parks. I thank you, and I was at the meeting, at the presentation 2 years ago, and we did talk to quite a few people out in the vestibule here, and I'm sorry if we didn't get a chance to talk directly to your father, but we appreciate all the hard work that your family has put into maintaining and keeping that park, and it's our hope just that it remains a park regardless of who is in charge of it. Yep.
All right, so moving forward, just a point of order, if you're going to make a public comment, all the comments are directed to the board, not to people in the audience. If you'd like to talk to each other, please step outside. But thank you, everyone that's participated and spoke this morning. Please, anybody else?
Thank you, Board. We seem to have been into a moment here of doing nostalgia and the past, which I believe very much is a part.
Before you get started, sir, please state your name and where you live.
So, I am Gerald Olson. I brought with me a picture, some people may remember, of Andrew L. Olson, which was very much a part of this park. He was good friends of Judge Gilbert, and the two of them envisioned the park for the county. And it was my grandfather that designed the Gilbert Lodge. It was my family that dug all of the trenches, put up and built the buildings, and did all of the work out there originally. I turned over about 5 years ago to the Parks Administration building. All of the old pictures of our family out there building this facility, having my grandfather's over-design, his actual handwritten written out and drawn out prints for the Gilbert Lodge, and all that memorabilia stuff I left with him. What does this give me? It gives me an opportunity. As a kid growing up, I got to hear my grandfather, my father, talk about the Gilbert Lodge and the park there. And that, yes, he, as it's rare to find somebody, a family member or another, who knew somebody who was there at the very beginning. I do, my grandfather. And it was the intention that this would be a park for the county, for the community, and always would be, especially for, I'll agree with the statement, for kids. My grandfather was a part of the start of the 4-H program, Commission of Aging. He was the very first person that brought it here. He was the agriculture extension agent. These were all things done for the community, and this was to be an active area for the community and for children. And I believe that we are in an environment where we push from an agenda the greenery, the natural, the great spaciousness of Grand Traverse County, but yet we seem to be under the table trying to squeeze it back down and put in more developments and other things. I truly believe that the intention, from what I heard personally, firsthand from somebody that was there and worked and talked with the man who did also the giving, when they developed it, it was to be for this community. It was to be for children. It was to be for the 4-H, which he was the head of. He became the president, the national president of 4-H, and sat in the White House talking with the presidents. That's part of our lineage here, and we need to remember that. So please take that into account when you make your decision.
Thank you for your time today.
Hi, I'm Audrey. I'm from the area. So Gilbert Lake is a pretty special sacred place. I've heard talks about how it being in the hands of Long Lake, it's still going to be a part of the community. But I know for a fact that you have pushed groups out, community groups who are promoting events for the community. You have pushed them out. So is that really true? Is this really going to still be a park for the community? I don't believe you. I don't, because if it was true, you wouldn't have pushed these groups out. I think that this transfer is so that you can start making money off the park somehow. And just like in other aspects of Traverse City, you want to push the poor members out so that you have more opportunities to make money and promote the richer people of this community. That's what I see. I have been to Gilbert Lake. I have been part of amazing community groups here in town promoting community. For some reason in Traverse City, we have forgotten what it means to be a community. And we need to start fostering community, and we need to protect these sacred spaces. These places where community is developed. I do not believe you when I know for a fact that you have pushed groups, community groups who wanted to have community building events at this place, at this park. So I don't believe you at all. I don't believe a word that any of you people say.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak at this time? Going once, going twice. Third time's a charm. Thank you, everyone, for speaking today and being here. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to approval of the agenda.
Chair, I would like to propose an amendment to the agenda. Item 6A was listed on the agenda as recognition of the Grand Traverse County Clerk Bonnie Shealy, which we took out of order as part of our opening ceremonies. And I'd like to propose that the board take a new item 6A, which would be an update on, a presentation from the National Institute of Corrections on the assessment of the jail. And I'll just add, this is no more than a 15-minute item. They happen to be in town for an assessment and wanted to provide us with a quick overview of what they saw when they were here in the last couple of days doing an assessment.
I'll second it.
Yep.
Any comments?
Do they have any kind of visuals or PowerPoint or anything? Is it?
I don't think so. I think they're just going to tell us, they're going to provide a report going forward, but they wanted, since they're here in person, and we happen to be meeting today, to give us a quick perspective on what their observations were.
Okay.
Yeah, they have some insights, but, so if there's no further questions, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Fantastic. So we are going to go on to the consent calendar, Mr. Gevin. Do you think you can do that, Nate?
Certainly.
Just kidding.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted to receive and file or approve is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. All information identified on the consent calendar can be viewed in its entirety on the county's website. Items to receive. Item A1, Department of Health and Human Services, Pavilion Board's April 2026 meeting minutes. Item A2, Grand Traverse County Road Commission. Item A3, the April 2026 Grand General Fund financial reports. Items for approval. Item B1, the adoption of the Board of Commissioners meeting minutes on June 3rd and June 10th. Item B2, the Health Department's Healthy Future Service Agreement contract renewal. Item B3, the Health Department Reflective Practice Services Agreement contract renewal. Item B4, Senior Center Cleaning Services. Item B5, April 2026 claims approval. Item B6, extension of a review period. Item B7, Category 200, Building and Property, ADA compliance of county-owned property acquisition and disposal. Item B8, a resolution authorizing the issuance of general obligation limited tax bonds, Series 2026.
All right. Anybody like anything pulled from consent calendar?
Yeah, the minutes, B1 from the June 3rd, 2026 meeting, please.
Okay. Anything else, anyone? All righty. I get a roll call vote on that?
Chair.
Yes,
We
sir.
should pull the bond resolution for a separate record roll call vote.
Pull the bond resolution, which would be,
B8.
thank you. So B8,
That just requires a record roll call, separate record roll call vote.
copy that. Thank you very much. So with the exclusion of B1 and B8, Mr. Gebman, can I get a roll call vote on the approval of that, please?
Commissioner Flynn?
Yes.
Commissioner McAllister?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson?
Yes.
Commissioner Spence?
Yes.
Commissioner Walter?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Seifert?
Yes. Thank you.
Did we have a move and second on that? Just housekeeping, did we? We did, okay.
No, it's a good question, though. It was me. Who'd you have as a second? on that?
I had you as the second, and Commissioner Andrews is making the motion with the amendment.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move along to 6, special orders business, 6A. Sheriff, you want to tee this up for us?
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Shea, Grand Traverse County Sheriff. Roughly a year and a half ago, our office reached out to the National Institute of Corrections requesting that they come on site and conduct what I call an assessment of our current jail. It's more appropriately, I guess, described as a jail and justice system assessment. We were all in queue to have that done, and then the funding ran out, and we were unable to do that. They kept our ticket open. Roughly 2 months ago, I was contacted, and they said, "Do you still want this done?" I said, "Absolutely." So we started that ball in motion, and the last month and a half has been oodles of data and information and collection of surveys from different entities throughout not only the jail, but the criminal justice system around and other law enforcement entities, Michigan State Police, City Police, etc. We just conducted, yesterday it concluded 2 days of on-site interviews and assessment from the 2 consultants that NIC hires to do this. This does not cost the county anything. It is a service that's provided by the National Institute of Corrections. What I've asked, being they have just concluded their final day of assessment yesterday, is that they come to the board, give you a very brief, preliminary kind of report of their findings. And as they will tell you, in I think it's 2 weeks, they will provide me with a final draft copy of the report, which will be much more in-depth, and I'll look it over, and once we say, yep, that's good, they will then give me the final draft. But with that, I want to give the few minutes we have left to the two individuals that conducted this. They both have different roles. One is more of a statistician, the other one is more of a jail expert, if you will. So with that, I'll let them introduce themselves, but I'll introduce them as Kat, where are you, Kat, and Chris, if you will, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Kat Bryan here on behalf of the National Institute of Corrections. We have spent the last 2 days kind of immersing ourselves in your community, your jail. It's much more than just a jail assessment. When there's issues with a jail, the National Institute of Corrections likes to look at it holistically to see how all the criminal justice partners are working to impact the jail. So we come and take a look at the jail itself, and then we conduct a bunch of interviews, primarily trying to look at how the systems are working and feeding and impacting the jail. My preliminary impressions of the jail are that it has been extraordinarily well maintained, well worked and reworked for the conditions that it's in, but that you've essentially reached the terminal end of what you're able to do to keep being able to take on the burden of what's coming into your jail and how it's working. Jails, legacy jails such as yours that were built back in the 60s and 70s were built for a different time, a different population, different lengths of stays of inmates, confinement only, little bit of treatment, not much programming, and so your jail is showing that. It is insufficient across the board to meet the needs of the community right now. So those are my overall impressions. Again, as the sheriff said, this will be much more detailed in the report. Thank you so much, you all, for being such good hosts to us. This is one of the very few projects that we've worked where every community leader, community person that we encountered has so robustly involved themselves with us that allows us to do such a good job for you all. So kudos to you all, and we just greatly appreciate you being such good hosts to us. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Monsma. I'm here with the National Institute of Corrections, and I did the population assessment for this JJSA. We will not get into the great details in it, but they will be detailed in the report that is forthcoming to the sheriff. I did want to mention that a lot of times with these assessments, it is a precursor to another study, a needs assessment, and a lot of times we get to the data requests for this exercise to tee you up for the next section. And so we did get data from the jail, and we worked with jail staff to mine some extra data while we were here in terms of not only population, but who is in your jail, because of how your management of the jail goes, impacts the number of inmates that we can project into the future, and also the type of spaces you will need in a future facility if that's the route you go. So we have jail data, and then we have demographic data. Of course, you know that Grand Traverse County has been growing in the last 10 years and is projected to grow in the next 20. So that will also be a factor going forward in terms of building a jail, if that is the way you go. In terms of you don't want to build for something just for today. You want to make sure you can absorb population into the future, oftentimes 20 years. And so we have data on people booked into the jail, how long they're staying in the jail, and your daily populations. We've also have some data on who you're boarding out and those costs, and to be able to incorporate that into some suggestions, especially data-wise, to tee up a needs assessment in the future if that is the way the board is going to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just in closing, what I want to say is one of the things that it didn't surprise me, but it's always good to hear, was they commented on our corrections staff and how amazing they are in doing what they are doing with what they have to deal with. Not only from a facility standpoint, but just from the operational standpoint. They spoke incredibly highly of everyone that was involved with the jail, and I think that says a lot. And so I think it's worth mentioning, and a kudos goes out to our corrections staff and everyone involved, that they're doing an amazing job, and I want you all to know that. So, do you have any questions briefly for them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
I think we've got some action we wanted to take.
Oh, we do. That's right. I apologize.
Yeah, so based on where we're at and the information that we've received so far, my understanding, and anyone correct me if I'm wrong, is that in the process of working towards building a jail, this NIC assessment was something we obviously hoped for from the beginning. It took a lot longer to get here than we thought. My understanding is that the next step in this process is to bring in a jail planner to help us with the things that were just alluded to, the next steps in terms of a deeper dive into the data, the space needs, the assessment of trying to read the tea leaves to the best anyone can in an industry or a service that is inherently variable based on things we can and can't control. But to that end, my thinking and my understanding, and I'm with input from the sheriff and others, is that that we should bring in qualifications rather than an RFP, because we are gathering some of that data through our operations audit, through some of the assessment that we've already done, that I think there may be some efficiencies to be had through the Plant Moran project, right? That they are looking at some of the at least adjacent, if not some of the same issues, like how big of a parking lot can you fit where, and those sorts of things. So rather than doing an RFP and getting a fixed sum, we bring in a partner to help us with the next step, and then figure out who that partner is going forward, and try how can we be as efficient as we can in the planning of this project. So I'd make a motion that we direct administration to go out for a request for qualifications for a jail planner and bring it back to the jail steering committee, and then this board ultimately for consideration and next steps.
I missed who said support.
Support.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Andrews with support from Commissioner Flynn about putting out a request for qualifications for a needs assessment.
Jail planner.
Jail planner, excuse me. I was listening, I swear. And one of those things, the background, we have our community engagement contractor, if you will. GFC is also doing some of these things, and we're a little ahead of the game, we heard. And so now we're at that point, well, we have information that's coming in, and it's, as you all know, it's a process to get these folks to do these things that we can't do for ourselves. And so we're quickly collating information. Now we need somebody to help us give us some direction to what to do with it. And we really don't know who that is, so. We're hopeful that this will help clear up some of that mud, if you will. So, does anybody comments or questions or concerns? Commissioner Nelson?
Does administration have any comments on this as we're making our decision?
I was part of the steering committee meeting this morning. I find it very reasonable to take this direction. We were going to have to get here at some point in time, and the discussion this morning led to this is the time.
I just wanted to inject, I was also involved with the steering committee, and I do think it's the appropriate step to keep this moving, and I just wanted to let this board know that there are two other major free programs that NIC provides, the next being what's called a PONY study. Am I using that term right? And it stands for Planning
New Institutions.
New, what is it? Of a new institution. Anyhow, it's the next step. And I just got word that we were just approved for that, so we'll be finding out when we're moving into that next phase. Again, at no cost to the county. This is something that the National Institute of Corrections provides to us. So, anyhow.
So,
Commissioner Spence.
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioner Nelson, thank you for bringing up the question about deliverables and things to see. I'd like to see who are all of our players. We've got a lot of people involved in this, and it'd be nice just to get a preliminary draft of where we are right now. Who's involved? Thank you, NIC, for coming today. I haven't heard about you yet, so I'd just like to see how it all fits. The pieces of the puzzle and how they're lined up.
Yeah, I would concur, and I'm not against moving this forward. It's just we haven't really, it wasn't on the agenda, and we haven't really had a discussion about it. And not being on the steering committee, I feel a little bit like I don't really know what's going on. So it would, if it's okay, I would move to put this on the next study session or the next meeting and actually have information in front of us to consider as we, to Commissioner Spence's point, look at it like what all is going on, just an update, because we really haven't gotten that.
So they are going to have a final, the NIC people are going to have a final report to bring to this board. I forget what the timeline on that is.
2 weeks, I think
2
they
weeks,
say.
is that what it is? All right. And that will kind of put all this together for you. The GFC folks, the community engagement, they're still in their process. They're holding town halls, assessing that information. That is not complete yet. And that will also be a report to this board when they are done, which
So-
should be July, I think.
I think
Okay.
it was August.
Is it August?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone here attended any of the public meetings on that, but they've been pretty public about that public input process, and I believe that report was intended to be parallel, not preliminary, so to speak.
Correct.
And then we've also got Plant Moran Real Point, to Commissioner Spence's question. And Plant Moran Real Point has been working on the bigger picture on facilities, right? And there's been some scheduling challenges beyond the county's control on that, since some of those facilities are city-owned. And there was some challenges in the city lead for that project was Deb Allen. So when she had tragedy hit, that really has adjusted some of the scheduling. I think they're still on schedule to keep things moving. I think the last time that they talked to us as a group in the spring, they said that it would be, I want to say August, that they would have some recommendations coming forward. It was surprisingly fast. I think we were all expecting longer when I just remember it was a screen. I don't remember the days. So those are the three pieces, Commissioner Spence, that we have, that we've been moving forward in parallel tracks. The reason that this is a recommendation for RFQ is because it doesn't matter what any of those things show. We're gonna need a planner. We're gonna need a planner. And knowing who that planner is, the sooner we bring them in, the better. I see no downside, no cost, no alternatives, no new information that comes in the next week that helps us get administration doing the work to bring something back. I agree that we do want a big picture. We know we've been moving pieces and we haven't seen how the pieces fit together, but we know that one of those pieces is a planner, and bringing that planner on board to help pull those pieces together is, and I think the sheriff's, just on a daily basis dealing with conditions in the jail that are subpar is an understatement. And so we just don't want to lose time knowing that this will take weeks while we've got, limited meetings, and August will be here in a minute with all these other entities bringing their reports. And so moving that forward seems like a prudent next step.
For clarification, did you make a motion to postpone this to a study session, this decision?
I did not.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to continue on, and you were like, no, let's wait. I didn't catch that, so. All right, so for now, any more comments, questions, or concerns?
I understand the importance of this and making progress and moving it forward. I just wanted to see a draft or concept, a visual, that's all.
That's
I
a
think
worthy question.
Yeah, I think it's a little abstract because we don't even know where it's going, right? So, but I agree, the report will help. These other pieces will help.
Thank you.
It's kind of like when you bake a cake. You got all the ingredients on the countertop before you put it all together, and you're like, what a mess. And then it comes out of the oven, and you're like, that's some fine cake. So we're hoping that we're going to follow that analogy. And it's this whole team that makes it happen.
Needs more sugar.
Needs more, absolutely.
Someone writing down these things, Scott, say, so we can have a book.
I'm writing a book, I swear.
That's a fine cake. That's a fine cake.
Just the hillbilly just falls out sometime. That would be great. All right, so there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you, Ron, and thank you very much for being here today, Sheriff. And I see folks, I appreciate it. This is very eye-opening. We're very excited. 2 weeks. 2 weeks for cake.
Bring cake.
Uh-oh, I just made a commitment. So we're going to move on to 6B. The first thing that comes to my mind is like, we're getting a pool?
We are.
All right.
Yep. So I'd like to introduce Mike, Haggerty, thank you, from Gallagher to the podium. And we are going to have a conversation about moving to a different provider of our insurance, health benefits. Mike presented to the retention and recruitment ad hoc 2 weeks ago-ish?
Yeah.
Maybe a month ago?
No, about 2 weeks. 3 maybe.
3. Oh.
Yeah.
The
What year is
concept
this?
of the pool and Gallagher, and what we're interested in is moving to the pool. And I guess I'd like to have Mike walk through his presentation about the pool, and then we can discuss the benefits that the county sees to the pool. So please, Mike.
Yeah, great. Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity. Again, Mike Haggerty. I work for a company called Gallagher, which is a international broker that manages this large health insurance pool in Michigan. So if you don't mind, I'll quickly go through this slide deck and just hit on kind of the key points. Make sure I don't mess this up. There we are. First 2 slides real quick is just what is Gallagher. As I mentioned, a large broker of property casualty and employee benefits, headquartered in Chicago, a worldwide company. It's large, we're small. In the Grand Rapids office, I manage the Grand Rapids office. There's about 25 of us in that office that mainly focus on this pool. The nice thing about Gallagher is we just bring a suite of opportunity with the size, compliance, pharmacy, everything you can think of around benefits. Here's that second page on Gallagher and just our opportunity to work with counties and associations and school districts throughout the state. We've been around a long time doing this. Just a little bit on myself. I was actually a school administrator. I oversaw finance and HR for a school district for 20 years, and I left that 7 years ago to work at Gallagher because I was the chair of this pool. And what's important about that is it's a member-driven pool. So every organization gets a board seat, and it's that board that makes the decisions. Much like this, although there's 280 board seats with that size of an organization, because every group inside the pool gets a seat. But because I was on the board and I was the chair of the board, they asked me to come over and run the pool from this side. And just to close the loop, because I said this at the committee, my benefits are in the pool as well because my wife is a police officer / detective now for Allegan County. And so we're in the pool. So not only have I been on your side of it, on the client side, I've been on the Gallagher side, and my family and I, through my wife, get the same benefits. So a long way to say it means something to me, and it's more than just a product. It's really a passion. So what is the pool? When we use the word pool, it's actually started out as the Western Michigan Health Insurance Pool, which was a handful because it started out with just 8 school districts in West Michigan and now has grown from there. So we shortened Western Michigan Health Insurance Pool to just the pool. 3 main pillars drive everything that we do. It's member focused. It's all about members. It's all about employees. What I love about the committee meeting that I went to a few weeks ago, the first question asked was, how would this impact employees? And that's what the pool is about. It's member focused. It's about the what can we do to help employees with better benefits at a better cost? And that takes you to the second pillar, which is value. No one has moved into the pool and spent more money. It's about teaming together to save money. It's about collaborating together, and I'll go a little bit into that later, and it's about trust and transparency. So why the pool? First of all, you're in good company. I mentioned 20 years ago, 2005, 8 school districts got together to form this pool.
About 6 or 7 years later, the city manager at the city of Zeeland, if you're familiar with Zeeland down in Ottawa County, called and said, hey, you guys have a school district pool, would you let a city in it? And it is a public sector pool. So it could be schools, cities, road commissions, counties, community colleges, you name it, community mental health. So I was on the board at the time, and they said, absolutely. The reality is the job exposure and the demographics at your city is similar to your county and similar to your school district. So the Department of Insurance and Financial Services out of Lansing allows public entities to pool together. There's the 8 that ended up being 11 in 2005, and now it's 280 plus groups. Size matters. You're a big county, right? You're certainly a big employer in this county, probably one of the top 2 or 3 with the size of the number of employees. The reality is, in the insurance market, you're small. When you look at the size and the ability to pool together and drive down admin costs, this pool has 27,000 employees that represent the pool as a whole. So what that brings you is better RX rebates, lower admin costs, better fixed costs. We say in the pool, claims are claims. When you come into the pool, it doesn't mean people aren't going to stop having babies, not get cancer, or have heart disease. We know claims are claims, and we're there to manage those claims. Why this works is you would be joining a number of groups like you around the state, and as you get bigger, the ability to negotiate fees with carriers come down. And in the PA 152 arena, hard cap 80/20, what that means is employees and counties save money. So there's the groups in the pool today. Here's a member listing, right? This is 3 pages. This starts down, your friends in Ottawa County, for example, have been in the pool. At one time, I think I highlighted all the counties, but I think there's 17 or 18 counties like you inside the pool right now. There's all the northern Michigan groups. Emmett County, for example, has been in the pool a long time. Antrim County joined a couple years ago, and just so on and so forth. And by the way, the pool doesn't market itself. I manage the pool. I really don't sell the pool. The pool is sold word of mouth. It was Nate running into someone at the county administrator meeting or some other meeting, or it's people talking that how this grows. Because the reality is it doesn't have to grow. It's very big the way it is, but the board members want to continue to offer it to groups that are interested. The second pillar I talked about was value, and it's really about rate stabilization. It's about being able to spread risk amongst a bigger group. We'll have 40 to 50 claims a year over $300,000. It's just the size, but when you have 27,000 employees and 60,000 what we call belly buttons, covered people, you can spread a lot of risk from 50 people over 60,000. And that's how the model works. So the dark red line there is the pool's renewal the last 5 years, 1.9, 4.9, 4.3, 8.7, and 9.1. To me, the numbers don't matter as much versus the comparison to the market. Blue Cross and Priority Health drive the majority of the market in Michigan, as you know. While they've been 6, 7, 13, 15, the pool has always stayed slightly below trend. And that's the goal, to save counties, employees money by running a more efficient operation than can be done on your own. We also have what we call a rate protection model in place. Oh yeah, you're going to give us a good rate to come in, and then you're going to spike the rate. You got to know that it's the board members that run this pool that make those decisions. So that is not the model at all. In fact, they put a protection in place that your first year in the pool, you would get the pool-wide average. And then after that, because of your size, you'd fall into a rate protection model, which essentially says you cannot get a larger increase above what the pool average is. Now it's more than 6%. So if the pool average was 9%, the highest anyone could get is 15. But if you had good claims, you could get low as 3. So it's a way to reward groups that are running better than their premium, and it's a way to get the groups that are not running as well up to where they should be. So there was a couple slides just on what it is. It's a sliding scale, probably too deep to go into the actual calculation, but just know that you're protected on your rate when you come into the pool, because the whole idea of the pool is to pool together. So we spread risk and we spread that rate stabilization. We know people usually have 3 or 4 good years and then they have a bad year. And then they have a few good years and a bad year. And it's what you don't want to do, especially with employees, is keep moving around the premium that they pay and impacting paychecks. You go through contract negotiations, you give wage increases. The last thing you want is spikes in the health insurance piece. So coverage you can count on. We offer both Blue Cross and Priority Health. It would feel, to be honest, very similar to the coverage your employees have today. Here's some of the more details on it, on the prescriptions, when they age out, massage coverage, chiropractor. Just know your friends in the school community typically have richer benefits when it comes to some of those things. So when we're talking to the school community, we often talk about those things. Here's one of the 2 key slides, and it goes back to the question that was asked at the last committee meeting I was at. How would this impact employees? The reality is you could probably make this change and employees would never know, because all they're going to do is get a new ID card that has the pool's logo and Priority Health's logo. But it's more than that, because when you join the pool, because of our size, we have additional programs all free to members that you don't get on your own. So on the left is what we call Priority Health Direct, and that's who you're with today. You are direct with Priority Health. If you move to the pool, there's Priority Health with the pool. The network is exactly the same. The doctors, the pharmacy, it's exactly the same. Priority Health is still administering the claims. It's just a large pool versus an individual group that you have. We have a number of behavioral health and substance abuse programs. Some of them you have today. From the member support, this is a big one. Right now, your employees call the general customer service line as a direct customer with Priority Health. The pool has bolted on an extensive program to help employees navigate high-cost claims in difficult situations. So when on the left you see general customer service, on the right we actually have 1,000 nurses through a Stella program, it's called Stella Health, that actually work with members that have high-cost claimants or unique situations. We have a partnership with Mayo Clinic out of Minnesota for those high-cost claimants that would make sense to go to Mayo Clinic and get a second opinion. We actually have a concierge level service through Priority GPS, which is Priority's model, and we have a care management program. When you get down to family planning, we have a program called Maven, which helps expecting and new mothers. We have, when you get to diabetes support, right now you have Teladoc. The pool has Omada and Virta as well. One's a pre-diabetes program, and one is a diabetes reversal program. It's the only clinically proven type 2 diabetes reversal program in the country. You get to pain relief, you have Flowly right now, you would have that as well as Hinge Health. And then we have Second ND, Lannard, and actually we were the first one in Michigan to offer a solution called BEXA, which is an on-site mammogram program. We know that about 40% of our females over the age of 45 haven't had a mammogram in the last 12 months, and it's our opportunity to do an outreach for preventive services. These are constantly things that this board and this pool are working on to help members at the end of the day. Lastly, I would just show you this. Rates for 1/1 of 27 are not out yet. It's usually fall when those come out. What the pool can do is look at your claims and look at your current rates and go back to 1/1 of 26 and say, if you would have been in the pool 1/1 of 26, January 1st, what would your rates have been? Depending on the plan selected, there's anywhere from a 5 to 8% savings on there, and I think as much as a $300,000 savings. So we'll do the same analysis when we get to 1/1 of '27. I'm very confident the pool savings are going to be somewhat consistent with that, because the reality is your rate increase with Priority Health is going to be determined on your claims, much like it will be with the pool, but the pool has the opportunity to save you fixed costs that you can't do on your own because of your size versus the pool size. So the ask today would be to partner with Gallagher, look at the pool. Let's take the opportunity to get you where a number of counties are and help both the county and the employees with increased benefits and cost savings.
Is there any questions for Mr. Haggerty or administrative staff at this time?
I would just like to add a little bit more context. So this has been a discussion at MAC administrative offices for several years. It is something that I've been inquiring about. Our position is we want to disrupt employee services as little as possible, and health insurance is one of those things that is very sensitive to employees. Our employees have a wide range of needs that are private to them, but we don't need to add complexity to their health insurance. So it's very important that we don't do that. So when I heard that it was seamless, essentially, that's a good thing. Secondly, we already have Priority Health. We've maintained that relationship with Priority Health for several years for the same reason. And this offering from the pool has a potential that if you want to have Blue Cross Blue Shield versus Priority, which we have had requests, why can't we have Blue Cross? This gives them that opportunity. It would be at a different rate structure, but the employee can have an option that they can choose from going forward. The rate protection is significant for us. We've had highs and lows where we've been able to manage that relationship with Priority, but it's a very interesting concept for us. And lastly is the cost savings that you just can't deny. Even if it's not the $500,000 or $300,000, any cost savings associated with the same essential product, I think is something that we just need to consider.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion to move to the pool to provide Grand Traverse County's health insurance offering.
Second.
Is that sufficient?
I would just add whoever you'd like to authorize signing any necessary documents.
It could be
Either
me
the
or
board
the
chair or the administrator.
Yeah, and I'll add to have Chair Seifert sign the necessary documents.
On review and approval as to form by corp
Oh
counsel.
my gosh.
Just trickle it out, Matt.
One on each side.
Sorry.
How many do you?
That's really well stated. Can I move to add those to the addition of the pool to provide Grand Traverse County's health insurance offering?
I'll wait for Mr. Gedman.
When does this, and maybe Donna can come up and answer some questions for us. Is this for next year's budget? When does this go into effect? When do people choose what insurance? I mean, feel like I need to know more information.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, this would start January 1. So right now, we're already in with Priority, so we already have Priority, but January 1, we would be moving to the pool and using Gallagher versus the current broker that we're using. So the savings would start at the beginning of the year.
Open enrollment would happen in
December.
the late fall of this year. Open enrollment would still be through a benefits provider. That benefits provider would be Gallagher. It would not be our current benefit provider.
So in the past, what we've done at the beginning of December is our current broker comes out and does meetings with our employees, where Gallagher will be doing those meetings and talking about their benefits, because we have done Priority for many, many years, and the opportunity to have a different offering to offer Priority and Blue Cross Blue Shield is something that I've never seen in all my years of doing HR. So we have had several employees interested in Blue Cross Blue Shield. Now it gives them the option to take Blue Cross Blue Shield or Priority.
And what we have a current contract with a broker, and does that end this year? Are we getting out of a contract? What does that look like?
Because, I did check into that.
Good.
Because our current broker does not have a contract, because we actually talked to Matt about this, we can get out of it at any time.
Okay, so we don't have any contract we're
No, but
really
we would
even getting
definitely
out of.
want to make sure that we were having
And then how
conversations
long
with
is
them.
this, the pool contract for? Or is this an annual thing? What is that?
So
Once you join the pool, it is a 3-year contract.
Great question.
So are we going to see that contract come to us as well? Or is that what we're
I
authorizing?
think that's what we're authorizing.
Not
the
really
chair.
in here.
Mike, how does that work?
Again,
Yeah, by
I
law-
feel like not enough
Yep.
information.
Yeah, by law, there's a board resolution that you would have to pass to join the pool, which would lay out all of that. That would probably be October, November, or whenever works best.
And you shared in your presentation that, sort of depending on how things go after that first year, the rates will fluctuate. Where are we, the size of our organization, compared to some of those other ones in terms of where we might land?
Yeah, I would say you're in the upper quarter.
Okay.
I would say the largest county's right around 1,000 that's in the pool. And from a county's perspective, you could, I don't know, I think the smallest county probably has 60 to 100 in it, and you would kind of be between those two.
And then is it you or your team who will be working with our team on, consulting on the new choices between Priority Health and Blue Cross Blue Shield? What does that kind of education process look like?
I'm sorry, what would the presentation look like between Blues and Priority? Is that what you asked?
Well, what will the education process be like with our team, our 500 people? Like the options counseling, basically, in
Yeah.
terms of what their options are. Is that something your team does? or-
Yeah, so we have 150 plus Blue Cross Priority Health plans to choose from. So what we would do is look at your current offering, decide kind of what fit in, what are employees asking for, what would make sense, and any variety of different plans or offerings we can do.
I would have meetings, of your meetings, they kind
I
of go
don't
over
think
what.
they can hear you.
I like when I go through the insurance change, it's at the end of the year, I kind of talk about new plans or what new rates are, one-on-one. It's like office hours at the end of the year.
Right, but I'm just trying to understand what that process will look like if you said you have hundreds of options for someone.
I don't think, my understanding is that HR would work with Gallagher to pick 1 or 2 policies under each Blue Cross and Priority and then offer those to employees, right? Because there's 150 is not infinite, but there's a lot,
Almost,
right, of
almost,
options.
yeah.
But, so they would narrow it down, and then I think what you're also asking is, okay, now you've narrowed it down to a handful, right? Because we can't offer Cadillac and, you know what I mean, like, so then I do believe Gallagher sends people up to help the employees pick between those, or has virtual appointments or whatever, so that you can understand, do you want?
Yeah, we have a whole team that just works on the pool. So we really view ourselves as an extension of your HR office. So we'll work close with her and her team to look at plan options, open enrollment guides, open enrollment presentations, one-on-one employee meetings, all of that during open enrollment.
That process will include a benefits guide, a discussion with employees about the different offerings of the plans. But by contract, we talked about this last year, we have to provide similar coverage in our insurances. So that's going to be our starting point, and we can work from there.
I would try to keep the priority plan as it is now, because if we get out of this, we're grandfathered in the priority plan with the deductible. So if we left priority and came back to priority, our deductible would automatically go up, because that's what's being offered now. And it's a lower deductible than what everybody else is offering, so I would like to keep it there, so I really don't want to change Priority's offering. It would be adding that Blue Cross Blue Shield in offering so that folks could have that choice now. Now I have Priority and I know what it is and I've used it. Now I'm going to have Blue Cross Blue Shield, and offering a different look at what we could offer to our employees that may interest them. The cost probably would be, I want to say would be different too from the plans based on what we were offering.
The cost to the employees?
The cost to the employees, they wouldn't be exactly the same. There's no way we could do that. It just depends on, because it would be a different plan.
So, please.
Well, with that additional information, I would offer the board consider if the mover and the second would withdraw the original motion, and I would suggest a new motion to authorize administration to take the next steps with Gallagher Benefit Services to bring a resolution to join the pool at a future board meeting.
I'll remove my motion, original motion.
So we've got a withdrawal of the original motion, and then the recommended motion for the board's consideration. I'll state it again. I move to authorize administration to take the next steps with Gallagher Benefit Services to bring a resolution to join the pool at a future board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right. So that was Commissioner Nelson moved and seconded by Commissioner Flynn. Any more comments, questions, or concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Matt. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Kinsey. All right, so 6C, where are we at time? Okay. Let's see, there he goes. My apologies, everyone. This is the Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan. It's their annual report for fiscal year 2025.
Hi, Lana Payne, Director of the Commission on Aging here in Grand Traverse County. And you are going to have the pleasure of hearing a presentation about the Area Agency on Aging from Candy Lannon, and she is the Executive Director of their region. So, Candy.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Am I controlling the presentation? Or is
No, I
there
think
not
Nate
one?
is.
Okay. Or it's in your packet? Okay.
It's in here, but
fine.
yeah.
It's in your packet. I don't know if you, can you see
We
it?
can see it in
It
Yep.
says- Okay, then we can continue on. So I'm happy to be here again this year. I know that over the years you've had presentations by the Area Agency on Aging, and I'm here to present our 2025 annual report. And so I'm going to go through it kind of quickly. It's a lot of numbers, and that's what I don't want to focus on is necessarily the numbers. I want to focus on our mission and the people that are behind those numbers. Sure. So going through the report, let me go over here. So we're a private nonprofit organization. We've been around for 50 years. We've been in the this region for that amount of time. Still, we're so often confused with the Commission on Aging, and we do partner closely. We don't duplicate services, but we are very close collaborative partners in serving the older adults of this region. And today, again, going through this annual report, you're going to see a lot of information, but our role and our mission in the communities is to serve and advocate for older adults. So a lot of our community's most frail individuals, we're focused on providing them care in their homes, and we coordinate that care working with the local providers like the Commissions on Aging who do the actual hands-on providing of services like homemaking and personal care, those types of services, also nutrition services as well. Another role that we have is we do a ton of advocacy for older adult issues, working with our state and federal legislators. We are considered in sense too of being a pass-through agency for a lot of federal and state funding. That funding comes through our office. We're required to take a look at the needs of the older adults in the region, have public input sessions, and then identify what the needs are of the older adults and their families and the caregivers, and then make sure that the funding that we receive is directed to addressing those needs. So what I'm talking about today in these services is how we're using a lot of those dollars. So on one side of our organization, private nonprofit, on the other kind of side is we're a Medicare health plan. Sorry, Medicaid health plan. So we're a prepaid ambulatory health plan, which is a type of Medicaid, but it's for long-term services and supports. It's not community Medicaid. So it's specifically for paying for long-term care. So going through the report, I think this is on page 2 of your report, or on my report rather. The largest program we do across the region is nutrition. So you've heard of home delivered meals, Meals on Wheels, congregate meals. There's several meal sites in this county that have sites for older adults to come and congregate, have a meal, socialize. We know social isolation is a huge issue. And so these nutrition programs provide a lot of benefits outside of just a meal. Our numbers for the region, for numbers of meals served, or participants rather, went up over 1,000 just in the last year of people accessing those that service. We also do a lot with caregiver prevention. We work with Legal Services Northwest Michigan for legal assistance for those that need it, mostly related to qualifying for Medicaid for long-term care services. Going on to the next page, I talked about this last year, but our care management and My Choice Medicaid waiver programs, those are the services where we have nurses and social workers that go out into the homes and they coordinate care, they put together a patient-centered care plan, they go back to the office and they start coordinating all that service on behalf of the individual. So again, our role is to meet with the individuals in their homes, keep them in their home setting where over 90% want of them to live and to age in place. And what can we do to provide those services and care to keep them there? In 2025, we had just under 700 participants that we were working with through the My Choice waiver and the care management programs. So that's close to 700 individuals that were able to age in place and not be in an institution or a nursing home setting. And I say that, I make that comment because that's where they wanted to be. Some people want to live at home when they age, and some people, a nursing home or a facility, assisted living or adult foster care is where they would want to age or need to age. But for us, we focus on in the home. This next page is a lot of numbers again, but I just thought it was important to point out the variety of different services that we offer and some that we fund. So we don't do, we only do a handful of these directly. Something new on our report this year that I didn't include last year, but I thought it was important, is around transportation, because transportation is such a barrier to accessing care. And for our participants in the My Choice Medicaid waiver program, we are able to pay for transportation to non-urgent medical appointments and specialty visits in and out of the region, which has been a huge it's been a huge offering for those that don't have transportation to get to their medical appointments. And we spent over $148,000 on that last year. This next page, it speaks to our ombudsman program and our elder abuse prevention programs, the number of hours that we commit to doing those activities and advocacy items. We also have a housing assistance specialist, and she works with those that are trying to stay in their homes so that they can get the care at home, securing them housing, or if they're leaving a nursing facility and they're going into the community setting, what housing options are out there and available. So you know, with the housing shortage, that's probably a really challenging position to have. She has her pulse on all of the different available subsidized housing units and apartments and assisted living facilities that have openings. And so she's able to guide people in that direction to make sure they have a safe place to live. The Ombudsman program, I mentioned last year that we had one ombudsman for the full region. An ombudsman is somebody that is dedicated to working in licensed facilities and making sure that the residents' rights are honored, and their dignity and their choices. And we did get additional money last year to hire one more ombudsman for this region. And so I point that out because we're thrilled about that. But these numbers in front of you don't reflect that second person yet. They hadn't been hired until later on in 25. So I'm anticipating next year coming before you with a lot more of these numbers. But again, they're numbers. And behind the numbers are the people. So 93 complaints that were managed by our ombudsman. He went to over 280 facility visits. He managed over 1,700 calls, assistance calls, complaints, inquiries, and so forth. So he's got a very, very important job. And he works with specifically just the nursing homes. Our new ombudsman is working with adult foster care and assisted livings. We also have a My Options program, so that's where anybody in the region can call and talk to us about what the options are for long-term care services. If they have, if it's their self or if they want to make a referral or talk with somebody on behalf of a loved one, we can refer them out or be able to meet with them and dig deeper into what their needs are. We often get calls where they say, you know, I can't get to the grocery store. But as our social workers dig in, they find, well, can you make the meal when you bring the food home? And so you start to dig deeper and kind of peel away the layers, and you find out, oh, it's not just getting to the store. It's, are you able to make the food? Are you able to feed yourself? Do you have electricity? And that is still an issue that we do often see in our rural communities. And then we provide Medicare assistance counseling. So we're non-biased. We have Medicare counselors, 2 on staff, and we also have about 20 volunteers throughout the region. And we every year, throughout the year, not just at open enrollment, help people review their benefits, see if there's been any plan changes, and then give them our recommendation based on what their needs are, all at no cost to them. And so it's very busy for them, but last year, just with our 2 staff, they were able to help 414 in terms of client contacts, but that doesn't account for all the volunteers in all the other counties. So that's my report in a really quick overview. I kind of wonder each, you know, this is my second year here, what do you want to hear? And maybe Commissioner Walter is on our board, so maybe I'll be talking to her more too and kind of figuring out what are the things that you want me to highlight from year to year from our report so I can make it more meaningful to you all too. But I just want to make sure that I also mention that each year we come before you with a request for the local match. And this year will be no different. I did send a letter requesting the local match. And I wanted to point out what that local match is. Again, it's county funding is not just simply supporting the area agency on aging. It's leveraging the federal and state dollars that return directly to the local residents in the form of meals, caregiver support, Medicare counseling, care management, all of the variety of services, the services that come through the Commission on Aging that we have a contract with them for and so on. So it's for a lot of services. And so for an organization like mine, county contributions, they're particularly important because they help us satisfy the required local match that we have to have. And that gives us access to millions of dollars coming into this region to support the older adults. So my request is that when it comes before you for a vote, that you consider supporting our request again to support the older adults in Grand Traverse County. Thank you.
Comments, questions from Ms. Lannon?
I was just going to ask, since the area agency on aging and the senior services have been co-located, it hasn't been long that you've been co-located.
Commission on Aging is
the Commission on
co-located.
Aging, right. The 2 organizations, how has that improved, or has it changed the relationship and the opportunities for collaboration or efficiency in any way? If you can speak to that. I think was last year that came together.
Yeah, I can speak to it, and then I would invite Lana if she wants to say anything as well. But from our perspective at the Area Agency on Aging, it's been wonderful. There's always been confusion, even back 20 years about what do we do, what do they do. We didn't know that you were in the region. And so having us as one hub, we have opportunities every day to educate people when they walk through the door. And if we're not, if we're not able to meet their needs, we have the Commission on Aging sitting right next to our person, and then vice versa. So there's the referrals back and forth. Sometimes, you know, I think people might pull into the parking lot and they're maybe a bit confused, or they're still trying to figure out what the difference is. But I think what's most important is having the opportunity to provide the education and the awareness. In terms of staffing, I think everyone gets along, and it's been really good. I call us our little aging hub on the corner there of Park Drive. Lana, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
I would just agree wholeheartedly. I think oftentimes people come in the door, they know they need assistance with senior services, but they really don't know what the Area Agency on Aging can give them and what we can give them, how we can all help them. And no matter what it is they're needing or who it is they think they're looking for, we can make sure that they're getting the best of both agencies. So I think it's been a great thing, and it was part of our strategic plan to create a hub where people could come for that information. I think it's been great. Area Agency on Aging has been wonderful to us, and we created, we're very busy, and we have lots of people that come in, and so we've created a very busy, somewhat noisy atmosphere for them, and added a lot of that to their world, and they've been super accommodating, and we think it's a great partnership that should continue.
Then just a clarification from administration, the local dollars that we provide, are those resources that come out of the special millage, or how do we fund those?
Commission on Aging is exclusively funded by the Senior Services millage for Commission on Aging.
So does our contribution to the Area Agency on Aging match come from Commission on Aging dollars?
Yes,
it does. It does, and it will be on the agenda, I believe, on July 1st. So I think at your next meeting, you'll be having that request.
Can I mention one other thing? I did bring a number for you, talking about numbers and how I want to focus on people. I will say, though, this is an important number. So in 2025, the local match was able to help us pull down and bring into the Grand Traverse County $4,760,000.
Can you mention for the public benefit what that somewhat very small local match amount is that has helped bring that in?
Yeah, the match last year was $7,837.
Yeah.
The match did increase this year. It's we're requesting $12,160, and the reason behind that is our funding formula that we use was not updated since 2012. So the population wasn't updated, including those older adults over 60. None of that was updated for 14 years, along with the required match that we have. It never went up as our funding went up, and so that percent of match naturally went up too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one last request, since you are asking for input, it would be helpful if where there are programs that you're providing a number of participants, it would be helpful to get some context for those in terms of a look back on the past couple of years or even just 1 year, so that we can see, are the demands increasing? Are we reaching more people? Is the need increasing, right? Like to just have that context for the numbers in terms of number of visits or numbers of complaints or those sorts of things. I think on this side of the table and also in the community, just having a sense of change and patterns and trends would be useful to the extent you're willing to take input into your report.
Oh, definitely. I can do that easily. Thank you.
Just want to share, Candy does a really great job, and it has been great to see the collaboration with the Commission on Aging and Area Agency on Aging really develop over the last couple years, even more. And I just think it's a very confusing space for someone who's not yet elderly. Hopefully I'll be elderly someday, but So when you think of those folks who are in need of services or families who are in need of services, it's a very confusing world with the funding and the programming. And I think the collaboration between the organizations and the co-location has helped that so much, both just programmatically and efficiencies, and think of all the people who still come into the office. There are folks that just call, but just the older folks and their families who come in, it's just been really helpful. And I hear that a lot throughout the community. So thank you for being a willing co-locator. And I think it's even better than I had anticipated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if there's nothing further, I think we should take a break. I'll see you all in 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Need another cup of coffee.
the same building?
I don't have a problem with the court thing. My issue is this.
Worked in that space for
Make a recommendation that we continue. You're all right with it. Shit, let's go. That cake ain't gonna bake itself.
Where are they?
At the donut. Now to my joy-free. Joy-free.
free. So I have to take a sailboat to Northport. Very patriotic.
You guys ready? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short.
I'll talk to Matt later.
All right, so I apologize for the delay. We're going to come back to order. We are at 6D, MGT Impact Solutions.
Giving her all she's got,
What we're discussing here is we're going to authorize the next phase of the 360 evaluation process. Oops, I changed my page, excuse me. Including final review of attached survey tools, complete self-assessments, self-administration, stakeholder feedback, et cetera. Do you have any comments, Administrator Alger?
Other than MGT is here today with us virtually, I've not had the opportunity to do an audio test, so could either any of you give us a thumbs up that you can hear us? All right, sounds good. With Charlene, are you going to kick this off, or?
Yeah, yes, I can kick this off. I do have a short PowerPoint to share. I will say one thing is that we're not able to see the county board, so I think you can see us, but we're just not able to see you on the video. So
we don't look that good
bear with us.
Yeah, we have the face for radio, so you're all set.
Appreciate that. So if I can share a screen, we've got a short PowerPoint that I'll just kind of walk you through the materials. Again, my name is Charlene Stevens, Vice President of Human Capital. I'm here with my colleague, Ashley Eckles, who is a senior consultant. We have both been working on this project. And Ashley is going to kind of kick off our presentation. Again, we're going to, so go ahead, Ashley.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can all hear me all right as well. We're here again to present really the next step in moving the county toward a more structured and hopefully useful evaluation process for both the county administrator and health officer positions. And so we hope that this slide deck today will help in kind of providing some of the highlights of what's contained already within your packet in terms of our memo, as well as hard copies of the proposed evaluation instruments. But you know, I want to emphasize that our focus today is really not just on individual performance outcomes, but really on the design process, the tools, and the next steps used for gathering fair and meaningful feedback. So Charlene and I both worked to align the proposed approach with board oversight responsibilities, stakeholder input, and best practices for executive level evaluation. And so our presentation today really is going to go through why the process is needed, what those tools include, and how the rating structure will work, as well as what board authorization will be needed in order for us to proceed. And so with that, Charlene, if you could go to the next slide, we'll start with why this process is being recommended and what we heard from stakeholders. Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back one slide? Thank you, sorry. And so this process is designed to really give the board a more consistent way to evaluate both the county administrator and health officer positions. And so, you know, we want to weigh those against expectations that are clear, measurable, and tied to county priorities. And so a strong evaluation process should do more than just satisfy the annual requirement. It should really help support that leadership leadership development, board oversight, and year-round accountability. And so what we heard was that stakeholders described the current process as being underdeveloped, inconsistent, and really kind of limited in practical value. And so that really points to a need for more structure and transparency within the process. And so the 360 process is intended to help gather feedback that's based off of observable experience and not assumptions or any type of isolated concerns. And so what we heard is that there really is a desired shift from going from a compliance exercise to a leadership tool that will help support that accountability and growth and alignment with board expectations. And so those themes helped lead us to a competency framework that can help support a more consistent and useful evaluation. Next slide, please. So to start, there's 8 competency areas that were identified by stakeholders. We started with about 11 kind of sample competencies and trimmed that down based off of what we heard from stakeholder input as really being the core competency areas to serve as the foundation for both evaluation tools. And so these domains are supposed to help create that consistency while still allowing role-specific questions for each position. And so 5 to 8 is typically best practice. There is no official 5 to 8 rule per se, but many reader-facing instruments are almost always kind of compressed into 5 to 8 domains. And so these competencies really help reflect the full scope of public sector leadership. So that includes, strategy, finances, governance, operations, communication, community relationships, as well as public trust. And so using these shared domains should help the board hopefully compare feedback across a consistent framework without treating the 2 appointed roles as being identical. And so I think that these competencies were designed to be intentionally broad enough to help capture the leadership performance, but specific enough to still be able to guide meaningful ratings and comments. So once these core competencies were established, the next step was us tailoring the tools to the responsibilities for each appointed role. And so MGT were recommending 2 separate questionnaires because the county administrator and health officer obviously have differing responsibilities, decision-making environments and stakeholder relationships. And so for the county administrator tool, I want to highlight our focus is really on that countywide leadership, implementation of board direction, budget and resource stewardship, organizational management, and coordination across departments and partners. And for the health officer tool, the focus is on, of course, public health leadership, professional judgment, risk communication, department operations, workforce culture, community partnerships, and public trust. And so while the content is tailored, the process itself remains consistent. Both tools use the same structure, the same rating scale, similar core categories, and opportunities as well for written feedback. And so this structure should help give the board that more role-specific insight, while still being able to maintain fairness, transparency, and consistency across the process as a whole. And so this slide shows the common rating structure that will be used for both tools. And so it's a five-point rating scale, plus there is also an NA option, if you will, for situations where perhaps the evaluator does not have enough direct information to rate fairly, and so it would not skew the score to bypass a question. So I want to clarify that a rating of 3 means that the official is reliably meeting expectations. This is really an important anchor because I want to emphasize that it helps avoid treating 3 as what would be a negative score. Obviously, ratings of 4 and 5 reflect performance above expectations, with 5 really being reserved for performance that truly is exemplary and a model for the role. Ratings of 2 and 1 are areas where performance growth is needed or developing and requires more focused attention and improvement. And so we would, recommend and highly suggest that there be a written explanation requirement for scores that, or for ratings that are of 5, a 2, or a 1. I think that helps really protect the usefulness and fairness of the process by ensuring that there's some context surrounding, why this individual is either going above and beyond, or why more growth and development is needed in that specific area. And so again, want to close just by saying that the NA option should really only be used if the respondent doesn't have enough information to provide a fair rating. But, with this scale established, the process can then really be guided by a set of best practices to help keep the evaluation process fair and actionable. And Charlene will take you through that.
Thank you, Ashley. So again, just some principles that really do help guide and inform and make sure that the process is fair as well as useful to those being rated and to the organization as well. So we recommend a self-assessment first, and that can be as simple as a memo kind of outlining projects in progress, but it gives some context to the evaluation, that we use known criteria, and so that we're evaluating against standards. And we've shared those. It's based upon a behavior that you personally observe and experience, and not on hearsay or reported by from others as well. The tool that we've designed does have opportunities for rating, for both the rating and narrative. I think, some of the things that we hear consistently is if somebody's doing a great job, they want to understand what that is so they can continue to do that, do more. If there's a need for improvement, want to know specifically what needs to change, what improvement there is. Obviously, it's always important to maintain confidentiality during the process because we're dealing with sensitive personal data. So we look for the themes, we summarize that, we summarize comments, and those comments aren't attributed to individuals. We want to also look, for patterns in the behavior over maybe an isolated incident or an isolated comment throughout. Also that, again, assessing the performance against the position's duties and responsibilities versus kind of a likability of the individual. Sometimes that can be kind of an error that is made, but is the individual being effective in their role and performing their duties effectively? Also want to use the rating tool, use the evaluation to help set goals for the year ahead so that, again, as individuals move forward in their careers, they understand what their professional and personal growth goals are. The board understands those, the organization understands those, and there can be alignment there as well. And also, it's always a good practice to also have kind of a mid-year check-in. You don't want to get to the end of the year and find that somebody's, people don't want to be surprised. And so the evaluation always say should not be a surprise if there's mid-year check-in and conversation throughout the year. Also, just some recommendations kind of for a self-assessment framework. And again, it does not have to be detailed and lengthy, but it gives the opportunity for each official to kind of reflect on their major accomplishments, look at the progress of goals and priorities, what maybe are challenges and the context of those challenges, maybe why they weren't able to achieve a goal. What are some of their opportunities? What have they done in terms of the leadership and organizational development, financial steward, areas that they might want to look at for continued growth as well, and their own proposed goals as well, and what they might need from the organization or the board in order to achieve those goals. But it can help provide context. So in terms of kind of next steps of what we'd like to be able to maybe finalize this process is we'd like to today try to finalize the survey tools. Those are in the packet that the board received. We're recommending kind of 2 tools. We tried to keep the survey to as Ashley mentioned, the 8 domains, and there's 3 questions per domain. Certainly can make adjustments to that, but would like to finalize that. We're recommending a 360, so it would be the board as well as direct reports of the individuals so that there's feedback there too to the individuals. Want to make sure we confirm respondent lists who will be getting and participating in the survey and the evaluation, who the raters will be, that the timing of the self-assessments. Also, it's important that we communicate the next steps of the process. In terms of administering the surveys, that is something we would do at MGT. We use a survey tool, Qualtrics, and so once we have kind of the tools finalized, we would put them into that and manage the electronic distribution. Give about a 2-week window we think is reasonable in terms of raters being able to complete. Then it's our responsibility at MGT to synthesize the ratings and the themes, prepare the reports, and then as part of this process, we would then be on site to facilitate the board sessions and then following that, we'll provide document goals and provide any needed follow-up. So kind of the, again, recommended board direction is, finalizing discussion here of finalizing the survey tools, discussion of self-assessment, survey administration, stakeholder collection and feedback, and then confidential reporting, and then facilitating the board session as well. The goal and our ultimately the outcome here is that we want a structured feedback that works for both the board and the individuals being evaluated. We want to be able to facilitate constructive performance discussions, have clear measurable goals for each role, align expectations year-round, establish a cadence of maybe a mid-year check-in, and then establish a foundation for follow-through going forward. And with that, we're happy to answer questions and talk further about the next steps.
Anybody have any questions for these folks?
I have a question. Just a logistics. So one of the requested items is that the board weigh in on who should be invited to complete the surveys for each of the the administrator and the health director. Is that, how do we do that? Is that send you an email? Is that now we just go around the room and say, like, what's your view on how?
I guess our recommendation obviously is the board each individually. I think for the county administrator, our recommendation is that their direct reports, so the county directors would be included. Similarly, for the health officer, we would recommend, the leadership in the health department be surveyed versus the full kind of each and every employee in the health department. I think if there are other raters, whether they be community or again working in county government, you have some other kind of almost peer officials, I guess, for the county administrator, such as elected sheriff and other elected positions. If those should be included in the survey, we certainly, would want to know that as well.
Any more questions?
So you just want us to email you with our suggestions and then you'll kind of go from there, or do you want to talk about it?
I think we'd like to have some direction from the board as a whole. If there are some additional categories of individuals that we haven't included that beyond what I just discussed.
In your experience, have you, in this kind of scenario, have you surveyed the other elected officials or other community? That's the part that gives me pause, that I'm trying to wrap my head around. The direct reports and board is very clear to me, but I'm not sure about the other part.
Yeah, I think again, county government's a little unique. I've worked in county government myself. It is a little unique because there are kind of the additional elected positions. I don't want to say other, they're not others, but they are additional elected officials that work almost in kind of a side-by-side peer type relationship with the county administrator in particular. There may be some value in understanding kind of the working relationships there. I think community members can be harder to engage in that process just because they may not have as much direct interaction day to day with individuals.
So I think our committee thought that the 360 perspective, where it's not just the board and the direct reports, would provide value given the role that the administrator has in the public. So that's kind of the direction when we've looked at all the.
So that means other elected officials, is that what you mean by 360?
Yeah, I
Or
think-
are there other people outside of that?
I mean, I think that's the question. Other elected officials seem like an easy addition, right? Because their budgets come through us and their staffing requests and staffing plans come through us. So we have a direct, their HR needs, their IT, right? That's all coming through administration. They have a lot of interaction. To me, the harder question is, do you go even further? Do you say the city, right? We share a building with the city. We sit on committees with the city. Do we want the city manager? Do we want other, beyond the other elected officials, there are other entities with whom we have working relationships, and how broad do we want to go? The chamber, the, appointed board chair of this or that.
I think for this first round, since this is a new process for us, I would be comfortable with the 360, including elected officials, but maybe keep it to that and not try to pick and choose other community leaders, because where do you draw the line? And
Well, it sure is a lot of information to digest. I mean, I read through it, and then on the presentation, there's a lot there,
There is a lot there.
So I don't know how to dial it in or say, maybe it should be a little smaller, maybe it should be a little broader. I don't know. It's a lot to, in the short amount of time I've looked at, it's a lot to ingest.
I would think that including the elected officials makes sense. It's a little more perspective, but it's not too much perspective. And to Commissioner McAllister's point, we don't want to overload, we're trying to have a digestible amount of information. On the health director, I do think there's real value, not just in the people under that, but also adjacent. I know, for example, that our health director also works with the jail, right? There's also works with other departments, sits on other committees. So I don't know how we get a little bit broader for that role, beyond just, I forget what was described, the direct reports. And I'm open to how we would do that. But and also, just right, these are meant to be iterative, so if either Mr. Leahy or Mr. Alger have thoughts on either of those, I think we all want to hear them.
Anytime now.
Go ahead.
I was also going to ask for the input from the two people we're kind of discussing here, but there is, in the presentation you have, there's a community engagement aspect of in the 5 to 8 ratings. I don't know if you can take us back to that, but I don't see the value of bringing in outside of what's in-house here. We've got our elected officials, the direct reports, that type of thing. You start bringing in Traverse Connect or the city or something else, there are even different motives there, and something that we may encourage or require our administrator to do might not be popular with some of the other partners that we would include in that, and that's going to reflect on their rating. So I think that's an unfair position to put them in. I think the direct reports and elected officials is where we should keep it. I think that's very valuable to have them involved. But further than that, I think you really, and to say you really overextend, and that part of it is covered in this assessment. So.
I would tend to agree with that, and also to Commissioner Walter's point, how far we get, there's the potential for information overload. I think, the county elected officials and the business of county government should be included in that, because that Mr. Leahy and Mr. Alger both, that's their job. And they answer to us to do that job. So if we're going to be I don't think we should be extending it out to, they don't represent the city, they don't answer to them, not directly or even quasi-directly. you know, or any NGO that's out in the public. Sure, their input may be on the sidebar, something like that, but for the purposes of, hey, we like you, we like what you want to do, and ultimately would renew, in Mr. Alger's case, somebody in his position, a renewal of a contract, or in Mr. Leahy's case, a promotion or an increase in pay. We should be keeping it to the business at hand, which is county government.
And I would like to hear from both of them if the chair would
Absolutely.
agree, just any input. This affects both of you, so please speak freely.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm very supportive of this process. When I met with Charlene and Ashley to discuss the opportunity to do this, my input was received. I find that previous evaluations they've been discussed in open session. I have no concerns about that. What I've lacked is this direct responsiveness from the board, like, Nate, you need to do these things better. So I really do appreciate the format, and I appreciate the discussion now specific to Charlene's hands up. I don't know if that's
She's just saying hello.
Oh,
she can't see us. Never mind.
Appreciate the conversation surrounding who. You know, in any given environment, I work for you. Collectively, I work for you individually. I work for the majority. Those aren't all the same, depending on somebody viewing what we do as a county, me doing my job and implementing county policy. Those aren't always the same. So it is challenging to put a finger on that. So I appreciate the effort and appreciate the conversation today.
Stated. Charlene, go
And
ahead.
if I may, yes, and if I may, Chairman, again, in a community evaluation, the community questions, just in the survey themselves, the three kind of in that category on community engagement, and they're similar for both county administrator and health officer, are really to focus on, you know, does the county administrator build productive working relationships with kind of the residents, community partners, local government? Doesn't mean those relationships, there might not be disagreements or policy differences, but are the relationships generally productive? And does the county administrator represent the county, and the health officer represent the county professionally and build confidence in county government? So, as well as, you know, demonstrating kind of integrity and fairness. So it is focused not so much on whether they are, and I think it's for that. That's why it's for the board to evaluate. But the questions are geared not to whether necessarily they make friends with everybody in all of the partners all over the time, but is their engagement, you know, appropriate, reflective direction that the county board wants delivered, and things of that nature. So it's meant to be focused around that versus, you know, kind of the points that were made earlier, whether those partners are always satisfied with the direction the county is going is not what we're trying to evaluate. We're trying to evaluate how does the county administrator interact with them, convey that. And having been in the role myself, sometimes we agree to disagree, and how do you tend respectfully.
Thank you. Mr. Leahy, you came to the podium.
Yes, thank you. I've had a hard time wrapping my head around that third, like the community portion of it. For example, working closely this week with Munson and Traverse City Police Department. We're venturing into some surveys as a department, right, about the delivery of our service that I think really can capture some of that as well. I like the idea of our staff. We make the opportunity here. We have a team of 13 leaders at our health department, so I like to think that hopefully my leadership and strategic direction isn't just impacting the direct reports of mine, but that team of 13 that we're asking to push forward the strategic vision of our public health department. Also, my peers. I think the success of our health department is reliant on me maintaining good relationships with my peer department heads. So I would add that to the consideration. Other than that, I'm looking forward to this opportunity. This is the first one I've had here as a county employee. So thank you.
Somebody had their hand up a little bit ago. Did I miss it?
Yeah, I was just, after looking through this, is this going to be further distilled down? I always like a good, simple survey that isn't, that you don't get tired of by the time you get to the final questions. seriously.
No, it's valid, very valid.
So I'm wondering if there's some tweaks that you can make to these for the health, based on what Mr. Leahy just said, and also for our administrator, if there's some simplification that can be made.
Yeah, if there's a desire to reduce the number of questions, we kind of had 24 in the board survey and a little fewer than that in the employees or in the direct report surveys. But certainly we had 3 per category. We could reduce that to potentially 2 per category, but we're certainly willing to come back with another draft or work with the personnel committee kind of on refining the number of questions further.
Yeah, thank you, because Mr. Leahy said that they're in the process of having another survey for some of their department heads. And so I don't know, I don't want people to get tired of surveys. I want them to really look at this as a great opportunity for what's going well and what we need.
Commissioner Nelson, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I think we owe this to our 2 directors here, that we give them a good annual review process that's much better than what we've been doing. But it says in here to authorize the next phase of the 360 evaluation. It's kind of what's suggested in the recommendation. Are we going to see numbers in the future? So I'm not making the motion. Are we going to see numbers in the future? Yes. Is that a part of the next process? Yes. So I'd make a motion then that the board authorize the next phase of the 360 evaluation process.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nelson. I'll give that to Commissioner Morris as a second. Commissioner Andrews, you have something to say?
Yeah, so just to clarify, we are going to move this forward, right, based on the input of the board. I think to summarize, it sounds like for the administrator, we would include electeds and direct reports, and for the health officer, we're looking at both direct reports and peer department heads and or electeds. Is that?
Kind of like peer departments heads. I'm not sure about electeds, but.
So peer department heads within the county. Are we all good with that?
We can't hear the head shake, Mike. Thank you.
So, and I guess my perspective, I don't mind there being 3 questions under each of the 8 core competencies, because I think we're trying to distill a perspective on these 8 core competencies. And so having 3 questions under each gives you some perspective, right? That when you average those 3 answers together, it gives you more of I think a fairer question than if you just try to get one question that captures a whole core competency. I don't think the difference between 3 questions per core competency versus 2 is going to harm these survey takers. This isn't a public survey where I think shorter is really valuable. These are people who are vested in the success of these folks, and I don't think it's too much to ask them to answer 3 questions for each core competency. It's pretty straightforward. So I don't think it's survey overload. If we come back next year, hopefully we don't have 8 core competencies. I think that's a lot, but I think they tried to get it narrowed down, and that's as far as they could get. I think we would owe it to ourselves to get down to 5. She said 5 to 8 is normal, and we're on the top end of that. And that would then reduce the number of questions going forward down to 15.
I think these are the next steps with the professionals that we can come up with and figure out those details.
But I think that's pretty consistent with a little bit less, would be a little more concise, so we could dial it in. I do think their report is great, the stuff that they put in there. I just think there's a lot. It seems like a lot, just a little bit. I'm not saying that the questions are wrong or anything. It's just a lot.
Well, that was part of the process. We weren't exactly sure how the board as a whole would narrow that down. And so it was kind of like, hey, let's throw a bunch of ideas up there and then give us a proposal, and then we're going to whittle it down. And so that was, from the word go, was the design that this board as a whole, with Mr. Leahy and Mr. Alger's input, which is what we'd come up with.
Do we want the R&R to, they need help, right? They can't just make these decisions on their own. They're asking us for help. Do we want, to the extent there's redrafts or a list that needs approval, do you want to authorize R&R to do that, to keep this moving forward?
No, I think we have a motion to move forward with it. I don't think it needs to go back to committee.
I would agree. I think this is,
I
we're
think
at
it's
that,
already June. We're already a year and a half over our first, you know what I mean?
Right.
We need to keep this moving.
in addition to that, I think it's at the juncture, the R&R was the part of the process where
Yeah.
like we're funneling it down. Because ultimately, you're just, in my opinion, R&R is just gonna add more time to something that we're ready for this. It's an extra layer of stuff, because this board's gonna have to make the final decision on what we ask and the
Absolutely.
expectations.
This is it, right? Isn't this the decision?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To move forward with the process, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And there's a motion on the floor. Any more comments, questions, concerns? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Thank you, everyone. Items removed from the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Good job.
Talk to you soon. Items from the consent calendar. First one is B1. So there is a mistake or an oversight, or however you want to phrase that, on June 3rd meeting minutes. On 10A, it says that only Commissioner Henschel voted nay on that. That is inaccurate. Commissioner Henschel and myself both voted nay on that.
I have another correction to those minutes.
Please do.
On item 6A, the South Airport Road at Logan's Landing Steering Committee, the motion that was made that day was to appoint Commissioners Seifert and Andrews to the steering committee, period.
Yeah, for the crossing at South Airport.
Nope,
Or,
that wasn't the motion. The motion was to appoint it to the steering committee.
okay. Yeah, that's kind of wordy.
It's kind of inaccurate.
Any comments, questions, concerns, additions, subtractions?
Want a motion?
I'd love one.
I can make a motion to accept the minutes of is it both of them? Actually, let me back up here.
It's just June 3rd.
June 3rd meeting, as amended,
Support.
with 2 changes.
Sweet. Comments, questions, concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, consent calendar, 6.
Mr. Chair, I
Yep.
didn't catch that second.
That was me.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. B8 was pulled because it needs a specific roll call vote for approval, not just be lumped in together in the consent calendar. My apologies on that. I would have made that differently had I known. So, make the motion to approve B8 as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Comments, questions, concerns? Mr. Gibbon, a roll call vote when you are prepared, sir.
Commissioner McAllister?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson?
Yes.
Commissioner Spence?
Yes.
Commissioner Walter?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Flynn?
Yes.
Commissioner Seifert?
Yes. Thank you. And so while I'm looking at it right here on my list, I made a faux pas today. So in moving the presentation, I know, right? I only make one mistake a day, it usually lasts all day. Here you are. That in the presentation for County Clerk Bonnie Shealy, there is a motion in there, a resolution, recognizing Bonnie Shealy for 40 years of dedicated service. And that kind of got moved out, so I would like to address that now under, you know,
So
items
moved.
removed on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Fantastic. Any comments, questions, or concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Gibbon, you get that?
I believe so.
Thank you, gentlemen, for pointing out my error. We're going to move on to 8A. Mr. Alger, if you please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chase has gone through an RFP process for security services at the governmental center as well as the 2 courthouses. John and Chris are here today to talk to you about the results of that RFP process.
Thank you. John Chase, Director of Parks and Facilities for Grand Traverse County. So thank you to the board for the opportunity to talk to you today about security services at the Hall of Justice, the Historic Courthouse, and the Governmental Center. I have a rather unorthodox request today. So we have a recommendation for security services in your packet, and a series of events with our current provider have led me to request a change in the recommendation to this. to that agenda item, which is, and I sent the change information to you yesterday morning via email. So by way of a little bit of background, so past history with STT's executive leadership, their on-site leadership, and staff capabilities has met with varying results since we've contracted with them in 2020. And in the most recent 12 months, STT has turned over their on-site management twice. We've got a third temporary manager in place right now. Performance of the staff has often been substandard as well. And subsequent to the agenda setting meeting, I had a conversation with Administrator Alger, who had suggested there might be conversation about a potential 90-day extension of the existing contract while we kind of figured out more. We talked with STT about that. They were reluctant to do so for that. So following that, a discussion with the court administrators, or I should say originally prior to that, discussions with the court administrators about all of the bids. Those conversations kind of led everybody to believe that making a change to a different provider would just essentially be the same thing but different people, and that it wouldn't have a marked impact. Following additional consideration, really giving some more thought to the relationship that we've had in the past, we kind of felt that a fresh start with a different provider with a different set of expectations might serve all of us well. As noted in the agenda item, the original agenda item, there were 3 different bidders who submitted materials on time. So this is where the numbers, I'm going to bring some numbers here, and it's going to get a little bit messy with those, so bear with me. So the lowest bidder in that process was SecureTech. They provided a quote that was not within our specified requests. So their request, or their bid, had a lower staffing level. They were essentially saying to have 1 staff member on site at any time at the historic courthouse in the Hall of Justice, as opposed to the current standard, which is 2. We believed that lowering the number of people wasn't going to offer the level of service and security that we were looking for. Therefore, we asked them to come back and give us an updated quote with the same level of service. So their original quote with the lower level of service was $858,797.64 for a 3-year agreement. When we asked them to come back with an updated quote with their expected staffing levels, with our expected staffing levels, they came in at $1,228,429.64. So STT was originally the second. Universal was the third bidder. They had a 3-year total of $1,244,751.79. It's important to note that Allied's bid was calculated slightly different than STT's bid. STT, their current practice, and the one that we've been operating under now for several years, has been to do an unpaid lunch, which then could have that opportunity if that person needed to go off-site to be able to go off-site, and then they fill those gaps with other staff in different locations. So what we asked is we asked Allied Universal to come back and give us a quote that was apples to apples. So in looking at those apples to apples quotes between Allied and STT, they're almost identical, with Allied being $1,593.63 lower than STT. So with that in mind, based on scale, based on commitment to service, responsiveness, ability to implement, I am requesting to change the recommendation that we have in the packet from awarding a 3-year agreement to STT Security to awarding a 3-year agreement to Allied Universal. Allied's a national company with significant scale, with court experience here in Michigan as well, and a developed training program and a support network. Allied is confident in their ability to execute this for a July 1st changeover. We did have that conversation when we came to them just in the last couple of days, and their quote was, "We like a challenge, we can do this, we're ready to go." I do have 2 folks from Allied on the Teams call today. Dustin Altick and Vince Tata are here as well. And I'd entertain any questions for myself or the 2 gentlemen on the phone.
My first question is like, let's go back to their revised bid. So Allied Universal's current bid does not include paid lunches?
The current, well, they have two bids in effect. So the original bid that they provided had a paid lunch.
Okay.
That was at 1.244 million. They revised that bid for an unpaid lunch. That comes back at 1.163 million.
And you're recommending the unpaid lunch. I think that's where you're going.
My question, well, I can't speak for anybody else on the board, but I got 15 years' experience of being uniform security, exactly what they're doing. And if you haven't been in a historic courthouse, one-man assignment is not the best kind of thing that's going on. There's a lot of blind corners. And so for a half an hour lunch, it's not an insignificant amount of money, but I think it'd be better off for the safety of the people that we're hiring as well as people in the courthouse that we pay their lunch. But I am one of 9.
Fair question.
What are you recommending? The unpaid lunch bid?
So that's our current standard. I do like the point that you raised here, which is that better security is, a higher level of security is better than a lower level of security. So with that in mind, if we were willing to go the additional 1.244 in total, that would be my recommendation.
I have some other comments, but I'll let Commissioner Walter.
Well, if you have a follow-up to that, I
Well,
have a
it's-
separate question.
So is my follow-up.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I can't remember how this current contract is structured when we added security downstairs to the governmental center. So are we sharing that cost with the city? And
Yeah.
how does that play into this?
We do share that cost with the city for this building, not the historic courthouse or the Hall of Justice, but just this building. So
Right.
the daytime hours, we've got a person stationed down there right now. The daytime hours are split in half with the city. So that total, let's see, the total is $54,496 for the daytime hours here at the governmental center. We split that in half, which means that our amount is $27,248. Then you add to that evening meeting hours. The estimate is 100 meeting hours for county, 525 evening meeting hours for the city. Those are all divided by entity. So we pay our roughly 100 hours, which comes to about 3,930. And then the 525 hours to the city is about 20,600 and some odd.
Okay. So is this contract been discussed with the city as well?
This one has not.
So, wait, if you're done, because that's where I'm headed with this.
Go for it.
All right, so I'm good with the paid lunches, and my personal opinion, the paid lunches for the safety of staff and our contractors at the courthouses. Paying security for in this building. We entered into that as an idea to come up with a better solution. So, between us and the city, it's over $80,000 for paying security to be here. That's an FTE with law enforcement, first off. Second of all, I don't know, and I'm sure the folks from Allied can respond about what their training is, and this is going to end up in a question for them. But the current staffing situation we have, they have no tools and no training to deal with somebody that comes in with a firearm to shoot the place up. We're essentially paying $80,000 a year for them to get shot first. That's unacceptable to me. And there's concerns that, well, that means we have security here, we're safe. No, it doesn't. It means they get shot first. That was clearly demonstrated a couple of years ago when we had a video of a gentleman that come into the registered deeds office and security was here and nobody knew what to do. And we ended up calling bailiffs or actually I think it was corrections officers from the jail. So this is a governmental building. It's open to the public. I'm not a fan of buzzer locks and all the cameras and all that stuff. But I could be down for, let's talk about having law enforcement sit at the front desk. Have that conversation. I agree that something should be done, but just to put money out there, just to put some window dressing up, really doesn't accomplish anything for this building. It's a waste of taxpayers' dollars and it's irrelevant. In addition to that, our current weapons policy for our staff doesn't reflect state law. It's not concurrent with pepper spray, knife blade lengths, and we are a concealed pistol license state. So before we extend a contract out for security in this building, I would like to see something go to the safety committee and we come back with some proposals and talk with the city. We've heard the city complain a lot about the county making contracts that they have to pay money for that nobody talks to them about. And a lot of those conversations have been around the building. Depending upon the day of the week, I can go either way of how that conversation goes. But they are a partner in this, and they are on the safety committee. I think before we extend a contract for security in this building, we should look at some other options.
I'm happy for the committee to explore that too. I think the numbers that you mentioned related to FTE are a little off because we're getting more than a full-time person for that. I mean, because it's daytime and nighttime, that's way more than full-time.
Well,
So
but we
we're
could work
talking
that.
about, right, I mean, but if you're, it's not really equivalent to just one person.
Neither is the level of response or training. But I mean, it's,
Sure, but
but
I
it's
mean,
within 20%.
I don't think, right, but that's something that the safety committee can look at, but I don't think that, I mean, right now, it's a full-time person plus basically another full-time person that we're getting for $80,000. It's basically like 2 FTEs.
Well, what you could do is, because of the nature of the evening hours, instead of paying one person, or we could split the shifts. Law enforcement works 24/7. They don't work 8 to 5. They work 6 to 2, 2 to 10, 10 to 6, or whatever it is, and so does the city, or something similar. Between us and the city, it'd be less than $100,000 to have law enforcement here when this building is open.
I think we should let the committee evaluate all options for the governmental center security.
Is that a motion to bring back? by a
Commissioner Nelson,
certain
I'm sorry, I
time?
see your hand up.
That's all right. Question for Mr. Chase. The unpaid lunch option, it doesn't mean there's just one person there during lunch. You mentioned that there's a rotation, so there would be 2 people there.
Yeah, they would rotate with their manager.
Then to move this forward, I'll make a motion that we accept the Allied United bid with the unpaid lunch to move forward on this. And the other, not to dismiss the other discussion with the safety committee, but
Well, this contract, so I'm clear, the contract here does include the administration building. Are you including that?
does this include the
does,
administration
yes,
building?
Yes,
Yes.
for 3
Yes.
years.
It does. Includes the Hall of Justice, Historic Courthouse, and the governmental center.
My mistake. I thought this was, so this is, well, let's have a further discussion about then I withdraw the motion. How has it been going with security down at the front desk at this building? How has that been working for you guys?
I'm sorry, say again, please?
The security we have at the front desk at this building, how has your input been from staff and your experience?
Honestly, the staff does not feel safe.
Okay.
So can we segregate the Allied contract to provide the services at the courthouse and the historic courthouse and segment off the governmental center security for further discussion at the committee?
So I'm going to ask Dustin Altick and Vince Tata to join in. So Dustin and Vince, the question was, can we modify an agreement to just serve the historic courthouse and the Hall of Justice and set aside the governmental center security at this time?
Good morning, everyone. This is Vince Tata. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Appreciate your time. To answer your question, yes, we can certainly do that. And then whatever review or policy changes you might do for the governmental building, obviously we would be glad to service that building as well. Just to kind of give you a little bit of background, we do service hundreds, now this would be nationally, court systems across the country. Dustin, who I work with here directly in the Midwest, is over what we call our governmental services. I mean, which includes airports, ports, court buildings, and so forth. Just to let everyone know here in the commission that we do provide armed security officers at our 2 biggest courts here in the state of Michigan, which are located in Wayne County for the 3rd District Court and the 36th District Court in the Detroit area. Every one of those officers are armed. If you wanted to go that direction, I just wanted to let you know that we are already doing that. That's not something that we have to develop any type of training program for. That is already in place. So should you want an armed person, we do have that capability. Certainly not at the rates that we've proposed, because we want to get a higher qualified person. We put them through a more stringent background. Of course, we have to equip them. We have to send them to range training. There's all kinds of additional costs that are done with that. But I just wanted to let everyone know in the room that we do have that capability should you go in that direction.
Frustrating that we're 2 weeks out and we got to make a decision here.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we don't.
Well, I'm sure they'd let us spend more money if we decide to go to armed or
That's
some
kinda
other
what I'm
things. I mean,
thinking.
but we are under the gun for at least the minimum service.
I think this committee needs to have some meetings and come back with some thoughts. But in the meantime, we need to make a decision.
Yep.
So I have a question. So if we choose a contract they have, we put them in place, can we augment it, change it, and say, hey, by the way, we'd like somebody armed at the front door in the government center, maybe in 2 months or whatever the time frame is, so we can change that part of it? Or once we sign it, we have to do it?
Matt?
I anticipate the agreement will have a mutual amendment clause, so that if the parties agree, we can make changes going forward. Sounds like that wouldn't be a hurdle if you approved it. Getting them to approve doing so, what we just heard would be yes, and then it's just a matter of price.
That's the long version. Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we proceed with the recommendation to hire Allied Universal with a paid lunch to provide services as presented for the Hall of Justice and the Historic Courthouse, subject to legal review.
Second.
And then just for who's signing.
To be signed by the chair.
Man, I got an auto pen laying around.
Call to action.
All right, so we have a motion. I heard a second. I apologize. Motion by Commissioner Andrews, second by Commissioner Walter that we, oh my gosh, did you get that, Mr. Gedman?
I believe I have the substance of it, but.
Proceed with
So
the
we're going to proceed
recommendation.
with that Allied contract proposal for the courthouses
With the
with
paid
the paid
lunch.
lunch,
Shift it around, so.
Signed by the chair.
signed by the chair.
Subject to legal review.
Sounds good.
And that legal review process has already started.
Perfect. And then, well, let's vote on this and I'll have some comments. Any comments, questions, concerns, what's been presented? It's on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Nay.
opposed say nay.
Nay.
Oh, can you roll call it, Mr. Gedman?
Commissioner McAllister?
Nay.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson?
Yay.
Commissioner Spence?
Yes.
Commissioner Walter?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Flynn?
Yes.
Commissioner Seifert?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you,
So,
and my
bef-
apologies for bringing this change to you very late.
I would like to say thank you for doing your due diligence and coming in at the last minute saying, hey, we should make some changes. I really appreciate that and the work that you've done. So unless someone has a contrary opinion for the next, I guess, do we need a board vote for the safety committee meeting?
Yes,
Yeah.
we need to send the security for the governmental center to the safety committee.
For a proposal to return it back to this board for approval.
Yes.
I would add, I think you should put a date on it, so. it
Pick a
doesn't-
date.
What's that?
Let's have it back by middle August?
By the 1st of August.
I think with due speed, given that that contract will expire in.
In 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. So,
So we won't have somebody for a month at least, probably a couple months by the time we figure something out.
You can reach out to local law enforcement and see if they can have somebody.
You're
hang
not
out.
including the Hall of Justice or the courthouse in that
correct, it's just the
motion?
governmental.
Just the-
Just the governmental center. All right, so made.
Can we do it by the end of July or 1st of August?
1st of August.
First meeting in August,
First meeting of August, yeah.
which would be what? Anybody?
Whatever that first Wednesday is.
The 1st. Oh, wait, that's July, my apologies. The 5th? Let me get my glasses
Fourth.
on, because I'm old.
Nope, that's January.
5th, August 5th. So, Mr. Gebman, are you clear on that motion?
So you've made a motion to evaluate security for the governmental center at the next safety committee meeting and bring a recommendation back to this board by the first meeting of August?
The first meeting of August, by the way, is the 12th.
The election's on the 4th, right?
Oh, that's good. That gives me more time, because, Nate and I got lots of free time. We're at the beach a lot.
Who else on that committee?
It's the deputy city administrator, I think someone from your office.
Yep.
Law enforcement has somebody, at least the sheriff's office does.
Yes.
HR is there, Nate,
City staff.
city staff. I mean, it's pretty much everybody that's in the building, except for elected officials. Including that guy right there that just walked by, Mr. Marintet.
I don't have a second on that, though, I don't believe.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Yeah, Commissioner
Thank you
Walter
so
seconded
much.
that. Thank you.
I think it is.
Sorry, I'm tapping on your stuff, my apologies. Just like, glad I didn't have that donut. Holy cow. Comments, questions, concerns on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Gentlemen, again, thank you very much, and
Thank you.
welcome aboard. Thank you.
So just to be clear then, the current company security person will be downstairs through the end of this month, and then there may
First of
be a
July.
gap unless something else gets worked out.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
just so everybody knows. There's-
Very good. Thanks, Commissioner Walter. Okay, so where are we at? Let's see, Dave Service, no new business. Commissioner Administration Reports, 11A. I think that's you, Commissioner Alger. Administrator Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have talked about before in chamber is this concept of having a community celebration for the 250th anniversary of the country and 100th anniversary of the Cherry Festival. We have done some work both with the Cherry Festival and with our staff to come up with ideas, and one of the main theories and themes that have come to us is this day of service and inclusion, that our staff celebrating the 250th and 100th with the Cherry Festival staff at the Cherry Festival, either doing volunteer service or just being part of the celebration for half a day on July 8th, allowing elected offices and department heads the opportunity to manage that directly in efforts through volunteerism or participation, and secondly, a half-day public celebration of our at Civic Center to include a picnic with all staff that can attend, Cherry Festival volunteers, whomever, to come to the Civic Center and enjoy celebration and activities that I'm trusting Mr. Chase is going to be providing certain fun type of activities that we can engage in at the Civic Center. We believe that we can do this all within $25,000, well within $25,000. I just we had a discussion at the agenda setting committee and thought that it'd be appropriate to bring that forward for discussion.
So this is like Wednesday of Cherry Festival week, and then the Cherry Royale Parade is Thursday night, which we also hope people will be in. Was there a reason we didn't do it all on Thursday?
Yes, we don't have a board meeting on Wednesday, July 8th, so it was kind of we have space and calendars. We thought that day would be appropriate, but certainly, Commissioner Walter, certainly something we can discuss.
Will there be a county pit spitting contest?
If you host it. Yeah,
There's already there's already a lot going on that day of the Cherry Festival, other activities, including pit spitting, so.
There's milk carton regattas that day, so there are a lot of things that are going on.
Too late for Daryl and I to get in that?
Probably.
Oh.
Yeah, save our milk jugs.
Our staff doesn't always get to participate and volunteer in daytime activities at the Cherry Festival because they're working. But, so that's kind of where the idea was generated. Jenny talked to Cherry Fest representative. There are volunteer opportunities that we can either engage in as a group or individually, depending on what they want to do. And they could manage that directly with the Cherry Festival.
I think it's a great idea.
We also have the 57 Chevy, baby blue and white station wagon that we now have street worthy for the parade, and we're going to celebrate
Can you
that
tow a
as well.
trailer? We can sit on the trailer, like you do at the old engine show, and we wave as we go by.
I think we have another idea for you, sir.
I have no doubt. Does it involve FOIA?
You don't get a crown.
Thank goodness. I can get one if I go to Burger King.
There you go.
There you go. So I'm going to make a motion, we approve the budget.
Thank you.
As presented.
Support.
All right. You all set, Mr. Gedman, on that? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's exciting. Really is. Looking forward to it. So we're going to move on to second public comment. The rules apply like they did before. Just walk up to the podium,
Are we
state
missing
your name, you got
Commissioner?
3 minutes.
We gonna do commission reports later, or?
We can, I'm sorry, my
That's all right.
apologies.
That's all right.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Go ahead, okay. Bruce Finlayson, also Elk Rapids Township, live about a half a mile north of the Grand Traverse County line. I'm also here with Convention of States Action, and it's a privilege, by the way, to be here, and I love to see that our constitutional republic at work this morning by virtue of this meeting. Wonderful to see. I'm regional captain for Convention of States in the 1st and 2nd congressional districts. What that means is if you drew a line across roughly from Bay City all the way down to Muskegon and down to Muskegon and across, I have responsibility for all of that territory, including the Upper Peninsula. I interface with 6 state senators and 13 state reps. And I've been with the Convention of States for 7 years. Again, just to repeat a few things that Rick Taylor said this morning, who's a member of my team, and talked, but the Convention of States Action is a grassroots organization of self-governing citizen activists working to trigger the nation's first ever convention to propose amendments to the Constitution per Article 5. Now, the key word there is proposed. Don't get confused and think that whatever that comes out of this convention when we have it is part of the Constitution. It then has to go to the states. So why am I here? Because we believe that there is significant Marxist and socialist movements in the United States that threaten the Constitution of the United States and our freedoms associated with that. And the federal government has greatly and significantly overreached its stated powers in the Constitution. So we believe that's pretty obvious. A couple of other statistics for you. According to Trafalgar, the survey group, if you will, one of the best, 68% of the American peoples support a meeting of the Convention of States, 68%. 88% believe term limits are needed on career politicians and bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. Again, 88%, almost 9 out of 10. 59% of the American people, and this is all ethnic groups, all parties, independents, 59% trust state legislators more than the Congress, including you guys. 71% believe additional limits on federal power are needed to stop federal overreach and irresponsible federal spending. So that's essentially what we are all about. If you believe that the federal government is overreaching, if you believe that our Constitution is under threat, if you believe the government closest to the people, you folks here, is better than the federal government mandates, I encourage you to consider the resolution that you have as a copy in your packets that we handed out this morning, that Rick handed, and I also gave it to you ahead of time. Got 3 minutes already. So specifically what they ask is, I'd like you to invite me back for a Q&A session so I can explain this in more detail. This resolution that you have here, Article 5 of the United States, this was passed about 3 weeks ago in the House. So HCR 7 has been passed by the House, has now moved to the Senate, and of course my group will be working with the state senators to get this passed in the future. My 3 minutes is up. Gosh, that's quick. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm privileged to be here. Hope that you'll invite me back, because there's a lot to chew on here, and there's a lot more questions I'm sure that you have for me, and I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else like to speak in public comment at this time? Going once, going twice.
I made a commitment, so I'm here now. I'm back. There is an item on your agenda that I wanted to speak about, the proposed trail millage. I wanted to connect that a little bit with what I spoke about before. A decade or so ago, we were looking every which way we could to save our parks and trails. I heard from many of my fellow commissioners that they are not a mandated service in the county. I differ on that opinion. I love our parks and trails and think they're integral to our county. So one of the ideas we came up with in conjunction with Julie and tons of other groups was the idea of a trail millage. Having sat in your seat, I never weighed my own opinion on whether I should vote to put a millage on the ballot. I only made sure that it was done legally and properly. So I encourage you to vote to put that on the ballot and let the citizens vote on that. One of the things about Parks and Trails, being non-mandated, they tend to be a political football that go back and forth depending on who's in power or what they think. And we had all worked together, all parties, very bipartisan across the board, to come up with an idea to make our parks and trails sustainable, independent of the general fund budget. So I encourage you to support that when it comes before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Once, twice, third time. All right, so I'm going to have to backtrack. My apologies. I told you when I'm wrong. It lasts all day. Commissioner Nelson, you have some reports.
Sure. This morning on the way to work on Bates Road, I came to a traffic crossing. My first thought was, trying to get to this meeting. And then it's a horse crossing, and it's automatic, and I saw 4 horses walk across the road over to the Traverse City Horse Show. And I thought to myself, it was kind of that morning pause when you're in the whole thing, and I went, wow, I'm looking at world-class athletes and world-class horses. So that was my reminder to remind all of you about the horse show. I'm going to work with administration to try to come up with a date to invite the board again to come and the directors to see the horse show. But I want to invite everybody, members of the public, that the Great Lakes Equestrian Festival, the horse show is going on now, and you can go, and it's open to the public. But also starting July 9th through the 13th, there are many days that you can come and support local 501c3s and causes, where 100% of the gate price goes to these causes, and you can come and see the show. You can have lunch, you can have a drink, and you can see world-class athletes and world-class horses. There's over $1 million in prize money during this period. So, and one of the events that somebody in the room would like me to mention is on Saturday, August 5th, the Traverse Area Recreation and Transportation Trails will be the benefactor of the gate receipt. So that is one option of many other good nonprofits. So thank you.
Great.
Come out and see the horse show. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Commissioner Walter. Commissioner Flynn?
Nothing today.
Commissioner Morris?
If you'd like to come to Cadillac tomorrow, Northern Lakes Community Mental Health Meeting is in Cadillac from 1 to 3.
Oh, thank you very much for the update. Commissioner Spence?
Pass today, thank you.
Commissioner Andrews? I have nothing. Gentlemen to my right. Anything?
May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to make sure to invite everybody. We're having a little reception tomorrow in the cafeteria for Bonnie's last day, Bonnie Shealy's last day with us. And from 2 to 4, we're just going to have some cake and some refreshments and share stories and wish her well.
The white cake?
White cake with white icing.
Maybe a fine cake.
It's a fine.
It's a fine cake.
Doesn't look good to start, but.
That's right. It's fine when it comes out. Thank you. Anything else?
Yes,
gentlemen?
sir. So we met with Julie Clark and Elizabeth Calcutt with TART, June 8th, I believe, and they presented to us some ballot language, some concepts for a trail millage, and we had a good conversation about that, understanding that we have a new policy for dedicated millages. We are now in the review process of that language and the items that Julie and Elizabeth gave to us. Julie is here today to answer any questions. We felt it important to put the board on notice that we have received another millage request. As you're aware, we now have a 911 surcharge on our ballot. We have a conservation district millage on our ballot. This would be the third and likely 3 of 4 that would be requested to be on this November's ballot. So I would invite Julie, if it's appropriate, to invite Julie to give you any information that she would like to extend.
If you're ready, I'm sure we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, it's just. Yep, completely. Yep, completely.
No sales pitch today, and this was, my understanding is that there were questions. I'm here to listen. We've been working with county staff. I would say, 2 years, but really it's been 30 years that we've been working with the commission and staff to figure out how we sustain, maintain, and grow the county trail network. So I'm here to listen. We will be working with county staff and continue this conversation with the hopes of presenting a formal request in July.
Any questions? Commissioner Nelson?
I know the answer to this, but I think that the public should hear the answer to this. And can you talk about the administration of the funds if this was approved. Talk about how that looks, how that works.
Yeah, and I think there's a really good cake analogy going on here today, so I sort of want to stick with that because it is not fully baked as we're putting it on there. We are looking to have these funds, the oversight and administration is through the county. These are county funds, these are your funds, these are taxpayers' funds managed through the county. However, because Tart Trails has been doing the trail business for 30 years, we currently serve this role for the county, for townships, actually across multiple counties. We are proposing that Tart Trails would be the administrator of the millage program, so you wouldn't need to staff up. We have great relationships with John Chase, with Chris, that we would like to lean on. So it would be a way for you not have to bring new staff on at this time. We would coordinate the millage, and it would be an advisory council that would be set up, made up of representatives from townships who were interested in participating, as well as other regional partners. But this group would be the group that helps define those annual priorities. TART would be administrating, facilitating this council, and recommendations would be brought to the board. Does that help clarify?
No, that's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yeah, thank you. Can you just help us be a little more concrete in terms of how the estimated $2.6 million would be spent? And I would ask if you can specifically, right, like Peninsula Township is a very popular area of our community that sees a lot of use and a lot of contact or potential close contact between non-motorized and motorized users of the current system, current transport system. They have started a process. They have, after multiple grants and other opportunities, finally got a planning process underway. How would, let's call it Peninsula Township, but it could be another community, how would they benefit from this?
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question, and I think it applies to every single township that we have. And the first way is the maintenance portion of the millage. That goes to maintaining the current system that we have, and we know that, for example, on the Tart Trail system that we have, 75% of those users are county residents. So right there, you can make sure that those maintenance dollars are sustaining the existing system that we have, which is used by county residents in total. The other piece goes to the new projects, and those could be in any phase, whether that's concept, construction engineering, or development. An example of Peninsula, if we're going to use that, say Peninsula Township finishes their master plan and they've identified a priority project. That project would be brought to that advisory council, and as hey, look, we have this would be an opportunity. The planning, engineering, construction dollars could be leveraged. And the point of this millage I want to be crystal clear on is not that the county is taking over and will be paying for total cost. The millage is small, and it is meant to leverage local, state, federal, and private, just like we do today. So every trail project that kind of goes out there, the funding is composed of multiple sources. I heard the earlier Commission on Aging, or that group, speaking to how they leverage their dollars. This would be a similar approach. So Peninsula Township would have discussions at that advisory council, prioritized where those funding would be. So you look at the pot of money that's available, and you know what? Peninsula's got their plan. That's awesome. They've got an idea for what they want to construct and engineer. They've got potential money sources. That would be put forward, and that would be a recommendation that goes to the board, this board. So we really want to lean on that advisory committee to listen, because they're at the ground, they're the ones with the plans, to help make sure that those priorities are set and real projects that can get done can be funded. So Peninsula would be a great example of, you got your concept planning done, you have a project that's been identified, and these millage dollars could help move that forward, instead of Peninsula continuing to try to, find funding sources you have a way to sort of spark that in this effort.
And just as a follow-up, can you point us to some communities that this is modeled after, or how does that?
Yep, this is really modeled after more closely the Ingham County model, which is where they do have that local group that does help develop the criteria, the rubric, if you will, on how to evaluate projects. And that way it then goes to the county board. So this is meant to be, we're not trying to reinvent a wheel here. Ottawa County, Ingham, pretty much Washtenaw has 4. We could get really excited here, people. But Ottawa and Ingham both have examples that we really appreciate in terms of process.
How would I'm sorry, did you have a follow-up? How would this proposed advisory committee work with the trail plans, very robust process that your organization already goes through and has a multi-year plan for? What's the intersection of, the townships, and you didn't mention the city, but I'm going to throw in the
Yes.
city,
Yeah.
getting together, putting together a plan? What's the intersection for, that's no pun intended, for those two bodies?
Actually, that's what excites us most, because the way Tart Trails works is we go to where the communities are ready, right? Where they want to have a conversation and they want to move forward. So instead of kind of us having to wait for communities to be ready and try to figure out funding sources there, this time it's all of us together. It's that collective conversation that, frankly, we are looking very much forward to, because that also will help us align our private funding and those state and federal pieces better, because it tends to be, it can be a surprise, like when one township wants to go and, oh, there's already a federal ask or there's already a TAP grant. This actually, I think, would really help streamline and coordinate in a much more regional fashion than, frankly, what happens, which is some townships have the resources and the capacity to move forward faster than others, and that will continue to happen if we aren't coming at it in a more collective county focus. So we're pretty excited about that, to be able to lift either communities who just haven't had traction or don't have the capacity to move these projects forward. So we're excited about the alignment. Does that answer?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good answer, and good questions from everyone so far. I just wanted to say thank you for giving us this preliminary, kind of like, hey, I'm coming back with more information and a presentation. I am short a car this summer. We had to turn one in, so I don't have a vehicle. I mean, I have to coordinate with my other family members, and it's been really interesting. I'm really grateful to have a safe place to commute to town and run errands with my bike. I feel like it's unsafer on the road these days, and I really appreciate having this trail network and the maintenance of a trail network, so that I can be a little safer and not be stuck to a vehicle, especially if I'm just going a quarter of a mile to the grocery store. I think that last mile is really critical, and I've read some comments on social media about what is being requested, and I still feel like people use trail systems and may not really understand that they are using the trail systems, and they have to be maintained and planned for. So thank you.
Good.
I appreciate the work that's gone into this over the decades. I am cautious that a first-time millage for 10 years gives me real pause. I don't think that's, I understand we've done that with some millages recently, but we also still have a lot of millages that are on a much shorter time frame. I appreciate that there's tension between long-term funding stability, and also I think on the one hand and on the other hand, transparency and voter opportunities to check back in on how things are going. My personal view is that a first-time millage should not be for a long period of time, because I think then the public loses its opportunity to assess, or frankly, we lose our motivation to check in and assess. I don't think a 10-year millage for a first-time millage is a good practice. And since you're taking input, I'm just going to put mine out on the table.
Can I respond? Because that's something we've thought long and hard about and looked at long and hard, and did have that discussion with the county as well. And as you mentioned, certainly there is a trend now to have a little bit longer. I will speak specifically to the trail world. To get these federal funds, to get these state dollars, you start 3 years before you can even think about a concept. So we apply for a TAP grant, and that will not come, if we're successful, for 3 years. So you wait, and then you have to line yourself up for all the other grants. So if you're going to build a trail, the most perfect, easy trail takes about, and I hate saying this out loud, 10 years to get done from concept to construction. So that idea to a ribbon cutting is going to be every bit of 10 years, and that's assuming it's smooth. The Boardman Lake Loop, 30 years. The TART, which is supposed to be, connected to the resort, still not done yet. We in the planning of trail world practice a lot of patience and persistence, and I know 10 years feels a long time, but it goes by in the blink of the eye, and it's really tied to the cadence of public dollars. So that's why the maintenance piece we're really excited about, because that will be something every year. And in terms of oversight, accountability, there's nobody who likes to come up to these bodies more than me to celebrate what's been done, to talk about what's not going well. This is a really important oversight and accountability that we're excited to be part of. And frankly, we don't get to come to you guys enough to talk about what's going on, because you haven't had a kind of more official role in so many ways. So we're very cognizant of that 10-year, and we wouldn't have put a very specific number on there like that unless it was tied to the process that, frankly, trail building planning is tied to.
And I don't want to have a debate, but maybe I do want to have a debate.
Yes, you
Maybe
do.
I do. I guess I don't necessarily see the fact that it takes 10 years to build a trail as a justification for a 10-year millage, right? Because hopefully on day one, there will be planning, right? It's not like we're not going to see anything for the dollars that are coming in on an annualized basis, right? So, so to my mind, $2.6 million, hopefully within a year, we're going to be able to look back as a public and show the people who are paying this millage what they got for it. We shouldn't have to wait 10 years to see value, right? We don't need to wait 10 years before we can do anything with these dollars. So I guess I'm not convinced that we can't make real progress and move forward on both maintenance and planning and construction of trails with a 6-year millage. And then also move those projects forward. Presumably, the public loves it. Presumably, we get a track record, right? Presumably, that trail that started the day the millage was approved is fully in the works. And if it's going well, it gets reapproved, and on it goes. But I just don't necessarily see the fact that, by that standard, if you measure the length of the millage in terms of when the work is going to get done, right, that it becomes both arbitrary and insurmountable, in my opinion. When do you ever end, right? Like I think we just have to have some guardrails around a millage that that ensures that we have as much transparency and accountability to the public, especially given that this is, and Nate, you didn't say what the fourth millage is. This is the third of 4.
The fourth that we are aware of now, we've received information from Kate Redmond. She's provided us information similar to what TART has provided us.
And so, but that doesn't include the beta millage, which I understand may also be. So there's actually.
I looked that up, and I think that's expiring in next year.
but there's not another election, so they either have to do it this year or lose a year, is my understanding.
That's what I heard too. I thought it was
Yeah,
going to
so-
roll this year.
So I'm cautious in an era where, right, we've got unprecedented levels of inflation and costs and affordability challenges, 5 millages, and not having those built-in check-ins gives me, raises my concern.
Go.
I would also be remiss, I know that there's 3 members of the Conservation District that have been sitting. I would offer, Kofi, do you have anything that you'd like to add? I mean, you're sitting very quietly, but you've been here the entire time. All right,
More comments, questions, concerns?
July 15th, right? Was that the date?
Yes.
So we'll have
Yes.
this back to this board on July 15th for your consideration.
Thank you.
I appreciate the feedback, and we'll be looking forward to working with county admin as we heard all this today. So thank you both, all, actually, everybody for the conversation. It's really exciting, and I'm with you on accountability, transparency, and delivery. I think our track record of working together and collaboratively is not just good, but stellar. And I may take a lap around the loop just to get my nerves out after today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Lastly, June 22nd, which is next Tuesday, right?
Yep.
We have a meeting, joint session with the city of Traverse City
Monday.
to talk about
Housing.
housing. The,
Human trafficking.
the homeless and housing and homelessness task force strategic vision. And that is a study session that begins at 6:00 p.m. on the 22nd. Here.
Which is Monday.
Monday.
Yep.
The 22nd.
Did I say Tuesday?
It's okay, just clarify.
We know what you meant.
I've never been good at that.
Hey, it's next week in the afternoon, in the evening. So,
That's it. Thank you.
all right, so no objections. We have one last item for today. This is, we're bumping up against our time frame. Closed session. I'm going to make the motion. We enter closed session to discuss a written attorney-client privilege legal opinion from the county civil counsel as permitted by MCL 15.268(1)H. Support. Sweet. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Is that a roll call? Yes. Roll call vote, please, Mr. Gedman.
Nelson,
Yes.
Spence,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Andrews,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
and Seifert.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. See you in a few minutes. Jake just gets that.
And everything's.
What's your one?
All right.
It's community
Well, you did us
engagement, Northern
well.
Lakes Community Mental Health. Get started 3 minutes ago.
All right, I make the motion, we bring this meeting back to order. Or closed session, come back to order. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right. Commissioner Morris.
Somebody's going to have to hand me their something.
Oh. You need the notes?
Yes, please. I move to authorize the county administrator and the county's civil counsel to offer to meet to discuss the Twin Lakes Park matter with representatives of the potential plaintiffs and the representatives of Long Lake Township.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Morris, second by Commissioner Walter. Discussion, comments, questions, concerns. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
It's going to be a roll call vote that, Mr. Gedman?
Spence,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Andrews,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Nelson,
No.
Seifert.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. There's no objections. We are adjourned.